going to move right to Pro Open. Jeremy Teasley, that's right. Dalton Markham is my last receiver here. Dalton Markham. Is he here? Mr. Clarence Washington, you here? There you go. That's for the camera there. Awesome. And then last but not least, Jeremy Teasley show up. There he is. Congratulations. Thanks for coming out. And competition today. We're going to move right now right into our opening ceremonies. So, coming up next, we're going to go to the tower.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fueltech everywhere.
Look at this, huh?
From top fuel to pro mod, Fueltech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fueltech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fueltech's features. Learn more about what Fueltech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. All right, folks, let's kick it off. We're here at the Midwest MegaFest, and we know what you came here to do. That's right. We're going to do it right now. We're going to race. We're going to start it off with none other than the class where anything goes, and often does, and it's just full of boosted machines this weekend. That's right, it is Pro Open coming at you here at US 60 Dragway. We got a fully prepped surface. We got a bunch of racers suiting up and going to pound us down into that magical 3-second zone. We have seen the threes here this weekend, and we're probably going to see the threes again. It ain't over yet. It's just getting started. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Pro Open, brought to us by Robinson Industries. All right, coming up next, Pro Open. As soon as those tractors let go of the track, we're going to send them. right, lining up right now. Left lane, we see racing industry veteran Rob Gard, longtime student of my late father, Bill Hahn Sr. Rob and Bill were so close that you'll actually see my father's remains encapsulated in a turbocharger housing in Rob Gard's trailer. So if you ever want to visit my late dad, he is just right over there. Of course, he's going up against Chris Kutzinger, who has cut a large swath in this high-end turbocharged world for many years. Of course, Chris started out in street bikes and has moved his way up through funny bikes into, turbo pro mods when that was allowed. It's been allowed now and again, but right now, turbo bikes like this typically end up here in pro open, where pretty much anything goes, and we're going to see some old school mechanically injected turbo technology going up against the latest and greatest in electronic fuel injection. Kutzinger capable of a high 3-second pass. Rob Gard still getting that really unique top fuel / funny bike style combination going. Either of these bikes are just an absolute sumptuous feast of technology. If you want to go take a look at them in the pits, you will definitely find it worth the look. So much high tech on the line right here, and this is it. We're now going to take the first hits of competition in Man Cup here at the Midwest MegaFest. The Kings of Grudge are done. They did their thing yesterday. Today it's all about the Man Cup. Rob Gard takes a bulb. Chris is right behind him. It's about to happen. Outstanding performance, 102.60 foot for Kutzinger out the back door. Kutzinger goes a 4:03. Rob gets down into the 460s. Not bad for Rob, but nowhere near enough to hold off the charge of Chris Kutzinger's 4:03 at 177 miles per hour. Next up, Jeremy Teasley, and looks like Tyrone Lemons out there taking a shot at Pro Open. Lemons, of course, in the right lane. Teasley, our #1 qualifier. We saw him go into the 3s yesterday on Dalton's machine. Remember now, this is Pro Open where anything goes, as you'll see in the next pairing where we're going to have a street tire bike. Both racers carefully pre-staged. Tyrone in first. Here comes JT. Will we see another 3-second pass? Early numbers indicated a 987 60-footer, 259 to the 330, and yes, he does it again. 398 at 174. A somewhat leisurely mile per hour for so much ET. So JT is here, and he's all out of bubble gum. Time to kick ass.
All right, we move into Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Pro Ultra 460. I need my J2 Connect Super Ultra Sportsman. Bring them lane 3 for pairings. Lane 3 for pairings, Ultra Sportsman. Lane 3, you'll be next up. Ultra Sportsman lane 3, let's get them paired up. If you do not have a partner, you run at the back of the line. Do not run until you're the last bike if you do not have a partner. I do need Ultra Sportsman to get in lane 3 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman lane 3 for pairings. First pair, Bo Drexler and Jason Buss. Give that one to Bo, 462 to a 475. There you go, kicking it off in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Next one's up. Terrence Washington, your #1 qualifier. And I've got bike 555 in the right-hand lane. Oh, I got a red light in the right lane, 464. Washington getting the dub. Washington getting the dub in the left lane. All right, obviously we can see from what's happening on the top end. Gonna need to inspect the racetrack before we send anybody else down there, but in the meantime, I do need my Ultra Sportsman riders to lane number 3. Let's get them paired up. Pair them up. Get ready to go down the racetrack after this long, lengthy delay created by good old Mother Nature. Hats off to the entire US 60 Dragway staff for a complete rebuild of the racing surface for you guys and gals. Make sure that it's as best that it can be, and it is. It's showing up. 390s in Pro Open, and guys are all over the number here in 460. So a big, big thank you to the US 60 Dragway staff for getting the job done. Wasn't one that any of us were looking for on Sunday, but they got it done. They got it done right for us. So let's get on the hop, guys, gals. You know the job we got to do. Let's get Ultra Sportsman to lane number 3 for pairings. You will be behind 460. As soon as 460 clears, I'm going to call my super compers. Super comp riders, Sportsman riders. And if you do not have your partner, you wait till the end of the line to run. If you do not have your partner, you give him all the time of the category. If he's not, he or she is not there by the time that you're there at the end of the line, then you run as a competition break. We do know that bike 2251 in Super Comp, 2251, that's Richard Holder. He has reported broke. Jesse Moyer will have an opponent broke single in Super Comp. But unless we have the actual rider of the bike report to the tower out of courtesy that they are broke, it will be a situation where singles run at the back of the pack. And unfortunately, it looks like just a few pair into the show, we got to bring out the heavy equipment again. We will be right back to you.
We are here now with none other than Chris Kutzinger. And Chris, if you're at all familiar with high-tech turbocharged motorcycle drag racing, has been a real stalwart performer for many years and a big promoter of bringing things into the high-tech region as turbocharged drag bikes have graduated from old tech into new tech. So Chris, this of course is your machine right here. Tell us a little bit about the technical intricacies that make this one of the quickest turbo bikes in the country, if not in the world.
So one of the biggest things, and I think everyone has seen, and obviously yourself, is between the turbo technology and the electronics, it has allowed us to exceed, our imagination. This bike has a stock crank in it. It has a stock head. It's got stainless valves and, cams and rods and pistons. But between the bigger turbos with electronics, making boost, with, type of traction control we run with the digital encoders and stuff with power management.
Amazing.
We've been able to harness the power.
Tame the beast.
Yes, keep it under control, keep the wheel speed. If you watch a lot of these now, and if you just saw it run up there, tire shake is almost non-existent. I know you know what that's about.
Oh, yeah. Back in the day, everything we did was just brutalized. We had to run enormous tires and all of these Band-Aids just to try to harness the power. We didn't know what to do with the power we had, and we weren't making anywhere near the power that you're capable of making today. But really, these days, power isn't the plan, is it? I mean, power is not the problem. You can make all the power you want. It's the, like you say, harnessing it.
Between the clutch and the electronics and harnessing the power, in the old days, the harness was it's shaking. I got to shift to the next gear to get it, to arrest it, to get it under control. But now between the clutch and electronics, and even now, and it took me about 6 or 7 passes with the Max, and everybody kept telling me, let it do its job.
And that's the Max ECU you're referring to.
Steve Nichols, he's done wonders for us. He is fantastic. His support at XDA, yes, and very, very smart individual. But you hold on to it, and you know it's going to catch it, and it'll pull it back in, and as soon as it gets it under control, it adds it all back in.
Yeah, isn't that something? The systems literally have the ability to adapt on the fly in real time to what's going on and correct for, if you will, issues or inconsistencies, add power back down track when it's available to be fully applied once again. So, electronics have really revolutionized all forms of motorsport. This is no exception. So, Chris, just a quick look at what are your quickest times to date with this machine?
So quickest times to date, short times of 102, 264, 330, and 395. And this bike is a current XDA mile-an-hour record holder at 190.24 in the 8th.
Wow, that's amazing. And I mean, when you talk about the that 330 down in the low 260s, there was a time when the turbo bikes just didn't even try to be the quickest to 330. We just put all our power in down track, But nowadays, again, with the sophistication, you can ET and, 60 and 330 with this thing right alongside the normally aspirated bikes, the nitrous bikes that used to, lead the field in that regard. So technology has just been such a revolution in this class. And so what's your strategy this weekend?
So I actually was working on another clutch setup with air setup, and it wasn't going the way I wanted. And in Virginia, I was struggling with it. Got here, ran last night. The times were off. The wheel speed was off. I overlaid the data and didn't like what I saw. And I went back to my old setup, set everything up, got it on the first try. And it seems like it worked. I haven't had a chance to look at the data and stuff, but I think it was a 402 that time. So it's kind of put it right back where it was at before. So in the
402, you can work with that.
Oh, 100%. And the track is fantastic here with Chris Mattingly at US 60. The track prep and stuff, he is incredible. He's already scraped it, I think, 3 times and prepped it. It's unreal. So the bikes are holding. I know Dalton, Jeremy went a 397, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, with like a 259.
Yes.
330.
So, wow. Well, just in our defense as turbos, they're 140 pounds lighter than us,
Isn't that amazing?
But yeah, but they're just, absolutely flying.
Wow. So we're going to see Chris go rounds this weekend. And, of course, Chris is here tuning on just a whole spectrum of bikes. This is really one of the greatest showings we've seen in recent times for turbo bikes in one of our Pro Open classes. So I'd like to thank you, Chris, for coming to our event. And I know this is one of your favorite local tracks. We love it here at US 60. We're looking forward to coming back here next year. There's even some rumblings that we may be here twice next year, so there's just that much love. Yep. So long drive for me, but that's all right.
45 minutes. Not bad.
Chris, thanks again for taking some time with us here today, and still being crazy after all these years with a turbo bike.
I need to retire.
just keep going quick before you do that. We'll be coming back at you with all kinds of action here at the Midwest MegaFest.
And over here in the Your Kentucky Bank lane, Bob Mann. All right, we're back to action. Burning them out, Bob Mann. Taking on Deshaun Wheeler. Ultra Sportsman, lane 3 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, lane 3 for pairings. Bob Mann, Deshaun Wheeler. Great little drag race right here, and it is Bob Mann, upset. The champ is heading back to Louisville early. Bob Mann, 464 on a 460. Deshaun unable to run the number, goes 469. Deshaun did hold a couple in the bank on the tree, but Bob Mann is your victor. This is a competition single. Burgess unable to make the call. John, the captain, Krakalici, coming up from Clearwater, Florida. The captain under the watchful eye of Johnny Gish. See if he knows where the finish line is this time. John Krakalici, your runner-up at the MTC Engineering Nationals. Krakalici, 468, moving into the second round, 468. Next pair is going to be Mike Tian out of North Carolina, and that's Curtis Winston coming over from St. Louis. Terrence watched his teammate go down the highway here. Curtis's teammate Terrence Washington, your #1 qualifier. Both of these machines tuned by the great Doug Frierson, old cotton top out of Georgia. Taking care of Terrence's and Curtis's bikes. Mike Tian needs no introduction. Out of Rob Bush Motorsports, a threat to win if he shows up. Green lights, oh no, Winston goes just red. Winston wastes a 465 with an 008 red light. Mike Tian, 026 on the tree with a 461. Tian is locked and loaded. Jamar Watkins will be next up in the Your Kentucky Bank lane here. And over in the Larice Insurance lane is the Polar Express from Canada, Josie Brooks. Josie choosing to do it differently on her naturally aspirated Suzuki engine. No power adder in the left lane. Much more conventional setup in the right lane for Jamar. Jamar coming up from Alabama. Josie making a long ride from the great frozen north. Jamar goes red. Josie all over the tree. Josie was 005 green. Jamar 018 red. And Jamar 458 out the window with the red light start. Unfortunate. Josie goes 005 on the tree with a 4.70 moving into second round. And we got one for the big men right here in the pit side. Aaron Sherrill here from Kentucky. Might have a problem with the Sherrill machine. Left side, that's Rashad Jones coming up from Mississippi. Rashad on the nitrous-fed Suzuki, left side. Rashad Jones, opponent broke single, tough break for Aaron Sherrill. Rashad out of there like a cannon, and he goes 465 for the W. Moving into the second round of eliminations. Something awry on the Sherrill machine, might have had a fluid leaking out of it. Safety above all, the order was given to cut it off. And now you got the patriarch of the Teasley family next up here in the York, Kentucky bank lane on David Bashira's Turbo Hayabusa. Left side, Micah Wheeler. We know Micah's got brand new rubber on that bike. Crow has watched both of his sons rise to the top. Incredible riding skills out of that Ohio family. And it all started back in the IDVA days with Crow. Crow gets a lot of sponsorship from the Schwartz Law Group, Kenny Schwartz. All right, the order's been given to clear the lanes. I guess there's enough fluid come out of that Sherrill machine that starter has asked for some of the equipment up there to take care of it to assure that this US 60 Dragway surface is just as perfect as it's been for the whole time with us.
Looking for a couple of big drag racers here, and when I say big, I mean big. I'm here with Pat Ivy and Mr. Gonzalez and a couple of sweet ZX14s. And, you know, once again, love them Kawasaki's. Tell me a little bit about CC Power Sports. What is CC Power Sports, and how are they involved with these two bikes?
So CC Power Sports is a local dealerships that me and my wife own, one out of Kentucky, Shepherdsville, one out of Clarksville, Indiana. So just kind of representing, and you know, we like to give back to the sport. So we do sponsor US 60. We also sponsor Ohio Valley Dragway. You know, we're just trying to keep drag racing going, doing our part. And of course, it's my passion. So my wife says, you know, I'm in and helping and doing whatever. So
Right on. Does she ride too?
she does ride. She doesn't race, but she does ride.
Does she ever express any interest in racing?
No. A couple times she's seen me do this on one wheel. She was out.
She's like, that's it.
Yeah, no, she's
not
out.
for me.
Yeah, so.
Well, that's cool. And What class do you run the bike in? How's it perform?
It's been running good. It's my bracket bike, Street ET bike. So normally runs 560s, 570s, somewhere in there. So ET index bike. So yeah.
Right on, right on. Well, thank you for supporting the sport via your company, CC Power Sports. And tell me about Pat Ivy Performance.
Yeah, well, I'm a former coach, and I like to help coaches, but I also ride for CC Power Sports. So Jose's a good friend of mine, and I love coming out to race.
Wow, cool. And how about your ZX14? What class do you run this one in?
Street ET, and it's bone stock, so I've never done anything to it. I just like the natural, awesome machine that it is, and so that's what I ride.
Yeah, I mean, they're 9-second machines out of the factory, so
yeah.
It ain't like it needs a whole lot of help to go quick on the drag strip.
Absolutely, and for me, it's just about being consistent.
Right on,
Yeah.
Perfect. So another pair of amazing bikes and amazingly tall guys here. So thank you for coming out to our event. Thank you for continuing to support the sport and the local racetracks. And this is what it's all about at Man Cup. People helping people and having a good time.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fueltech everywhere.
Micah Wheeler, Louisville, Kentucky, left lane. Crow Teasley coming over from Ohio. He's on the David Bashira Hayabusa. Small tire bike. Definitely a bit unorthodox here in this category. They're away. The drag race. Oh, look at Crow. Drove around him. Crow Teasley moving around too. The old man still got it. Micah Wheeler had a decided reaction time advantage. Goes 472. 144 doesn't get the job done. Crow Teasley moving on to round number 2. Next up, Mantez Thompson in the left lane and Megan Bowers. out of the Racing Bowers family, second generation. She's getting instruction from her husband. All right, Megan here in the York, Kentucky bank lane. And Mantez from the Larice insurance lane. There's the big boss man, Pinky, running up to check on his beautiful daughter. Everybody here appreciates all the hard work that Pinky puts in. Both riders moving in. Megan's bike fails. Light is lit. Green light. And Mantez cruises to a 484 victory. Megan went to put it on the two-step and the bike stalled. At that point in the game, unfortunately, the race is over. But very good to see Megan and Jimmy back out racing with us. It's been a bit since we've seen the bright purple machine of Megan Bowers. Hopefully we'll see her at the next stop next month in Darlington, South Carolina. Next up, we're going to have Matt Smith out of Mississippi in the left side on his Suzuki, and Morris Ball Jr., right side. Morris on a Kawasaki entry. Got Brian Kramer helping him out. This will be a tough first round matchup, both of these racers. Seen plenty of each other over the last couple of years. Matt Smith out of Mississippi and Morris Ball out of Alabama. Oh, we got Louis Grist in the house. World famous Louis Grist. Good to see Louis back out at the racetrack. They're moving in. Bring him on the starting line rev limiter. Morris second in. Green lights. And that race is Morris Ball. 460 with a 2. 460 with a 2. Matt Smith 475, a bit off pace for Matt Smith. Morris Ball, both riders were 0-4 on the tree. Morris Ball 460 with a 2. Moving on to round number 2. Chad Otts just watched his teammate go down in that left lane with an off-pace 475. Wonder what's going through his mind. Rock Sanders. Rock, tough as nails over here in the right lane. One of the young guns in the category. Chad Otts, a former national champion here with the Manufacturers Cup Drag Racing Series. Ultra Sportsman, lane 3 to be paired. Double breakout. Chad Otts winning that one by reaction time. Both riders with good reaction times. That was a close drag race. Margin of victory, 3 thousandths of a second. 3 thousandths. Chad Otts 456, besting the worst breakout by Rock Sanders at 455. outstanding drag race. Ultra Sportsman lane 3, I need you in lane 3, paired and ready to go. I need Super Comp in lane 4. Let's get, once you're paired, push it to the front of the line. Super Compers, lane 4. Tyrone Lemons and Pete Hubbard, next pair. Tyrone left, Pete in the right lane. Green light, something's not shifting. Lemons advances. It must have been Hubbard's bike with the trouble. Pete Hubbard's bike having trouble down track. Tyrone Lemons advances with a 471 at 128. Pete, an off-pace 523 at only 98 mile per hour there for Pete Hubbard. Tough break for the Hubbard team. Ultra Sportsman, this is the final call. We're pushing you guys to the puddle. Ultra Sportsman, this is a final call. Once again, in the Sportsman categories, if you do not have your partner, you run last. You run last in category. We will give your partner the maximum amount of time to get up here, but if your category lane comes to an end, that'll be it for you. Super Comp, lane 4. Find your partner and push him up. Super Comp, lane 4. Find your partner and push him up. And we're in. J squared. Ultra Sportsman, 6 flat fixed index across the 8th mile. Turtle Cole's going to be next up. And he's going to be taking on big Mike Thompson. Cole coming down from Iowa. Thompson from Ohio. Red light start for Thompson. Give the victory to Cole, breaking out at 591, but that does not matter. Mike Thompson went 0-1-0 red. Turned it red. And that's going to end his day in Ultra Sportsman. Next pair, Larry Hand in the left lane. And Sonny Bolton, right side. Ultra Sportsman action right here. I need Super Comp to lane 4. Pair them up, please. Super Comp lane 4. And this is a green light race. Finish line says, whoo, what a doozy. Sonny Bolton, reaction time advantage with a 6:01 spells victory. Larry Hand right there. He was a couple ticks behind on the tree, and he went 6:02, but it came in second to Bolton's package. Bolton advances. Hand's day is over in Ultra Sportsman. Track staff finding a little bit of fluid in that right lane. Always having an eye on the racing surface and taking care of it for you riders. Brent Jones left side, Spencer Johnson right side. Top gas, you can bring them to 5, please. Top gas, lane 5. Top gas, lane 5. .607 victory in the right lane for Johnson. A very close 608 by Jones comes in second. Once again, similar fashion. Couple ticks behind on the tree. 100th and ET, and that's a loss. Ron Jones and Randy Butler next up. Something not shifting. 620 for Butler moving on, and Ron Jones must have been having the troubles in that pair. Ron Jones off pace, 654 at 101 for the loss. Super Comp paired up and ready to go in 4. Super Comp paired up and ready to go in 4. I need Top Gas to pair up and push up in lane 5. Pair up and push up in lane 5. Top Gas. John Markham right side, and this is Mantez Thompson Sr. in the left lane. Mantez, not often out here on these type of bikes. He's a 460 rider taking that look. Oh, look at that. Mantez gets the W. That is an upset. Mantez was second off of the line, and his 608 takes the victory. John Markham off pace, 627, very uncharacteristic. He had him on the tree. Markham had a full 400s in the bag, and that, he rarely loses with that. A first round upset right there. CJ Pretty Boy Mims left lane, and Mantez Thompson Jr. in the right lane just saw his pops win. Pretty Boy goes red, 006 on the wrong side of it, goes red. Mantez, 608, advances into round number 2. It'll be Mantez. Both of the Thompsons are moving into round 2. CJ Mims goes red by 006 and did waste a 604, so he was ready, but you can't do it with a red light. And your number 1 qualifier, Jonah Knox from Fox Sports. Jonah Allen just laying waste to this field. He was on the number every single pass, and he still is. 601. Jonah Allen all over that number. Moving on to second round, he had the legal buy run in the category. And MTC Engineering Super Comp will be next up. Richard Holder, bike number 2251, has reported broke. So Jesse Moyer, you will have a competition single. Jesse Moyer, you will have a competition single. Richard Holder has reported broke. Other than that, find your partner and push up. Super Comp, Top Gas to lane 5, same thing. Top Gassers, find your partner and push up as a pair in lane 5. And if you are scheduled to race David Bashira in Super Comp, you will have a competition break. If you are scheduled to race Bashira, you are on a competition single yourself. Once again, Super Comp, find your partner and push it up. That's simple. Top gas, you guys are in lane 5. Get a partner, push it up. V-Twin ET Riders, V-Twin ET Riders, you can bring it to lane 3, please. V-Twin only, V-Twin ET Riders, you can bring it to lane 3. V-Twin only. This is MTC Engineering Super Comp action. Mike Battles, left lane against Big Jerome Gordon. There's Big Jerome coming down from Akron. Jerome Gordon, it's a 560 index. 4/10 Pro Tree. 561. Mike Battles moving on. Jerome Gordon off pace, off the index with a 601. He did go 118, same as Battles. Battles took the margin of victory by a football field down there. Dave Young next up, and Nathan Wall here in the York, Kentucky bank lane. Dave Young, good to see him back out after having missed a couple events due to a health concern, but he's back at it with a vengeance, and it is Nathan Wall, 562, besting the 563 of Dave Young. That was an outstanding drag race. Both riders 06 on the tree. Margin of victory 019. Andre Gray. Next up, left side, Larry Hand, who was in Ultra Sportsman, is back at it in Super Comp. Gray goes red. Victory, Hand, 561. Very, very strong run for Larry Hand on that 560 index. Outstanding pass. Outstanding. Bike 31X in the left lane. Terry Hoke in the right lane. Both riders in, and they're away. .573 for the victory in the right lane. Terry Hoke moving on. 571 in the right lane for the loss. So you know what that means. Okay, Eric Yost. All right, Eric Yost moving on with a competition single, his opponent unable to show. So Eric Yost with a single to the next round, 569 and 123, moving on. Defending national champion Santi Rodriguez coming up from Florida. And he's up against Kiki Jones in the right lane. Rodriguez moving on with a 568. We got them tuned in all over the world. We got the Domer down in Florida tuning in. John Markham left lane, Taylor Harper right lane. Oh, it's wild. Markham 567 besting the 563 for Harper. So you know what that means. Left side, and Brandon Dudley in the right lane. Big D looks like a Detroit Tigers fan to me. Well, that didn't work out. He goes red by 0.06 of a second. Ryland 026 on the tree, 651 off pace, taking the W. Dudley was 006 red, and that spelled defeat and wasted the 566 there. Scotty DeLong, another former national champion in this category. He's in the left lane, and it's Mantez Thompson Jr., right lane. Throw a blanket over these ones. This is a drag race, and it is Mantez, 565 for the victory. DeLong 567 in the losing effort. Both riders were 014 on the tree. Both riders 014 on the tree. I need top gas to lane 5, paired. Pair up and pull up in lane 5, top gas. Ronnie Allen in the left lane. And Rick James in the right lane. Both riders with green lights. Breakout in the right lane, 5:59 with a 0. James going home, 5:97. Advancing. Ronnie Allen's 5:97, and Rick James is going to be kicking himself on that one. He had a big reaction time advantage and couldn't seal the deal. Here is Jesse Moyer competition break because Richard Holder couldn't make the call. Moyer will advance to second round on a competition single. And he got away with one. He goes 5:97 off pace. Something sounded awry with that machine going down track, but he will take it. Jonah Allen next up right side, and CJ Mims in the left lane. Allen goes red big time, 076 red. Mims 065 to the green, and his 590 advances. Jonah wastes a 561 on the 560 index, and that spells defeat. Wayne Schmidt Jr. Looks like that's going to be a competition break as well. Schmidt, 575, a bit off pace. They'll turn the screws and see what they can get out of it. Now your legal buy run, Mr. Burgess will take that legal buy run. V-Twin ET to lane 3, please. V-Twin ET, lane number 3. V-Twin ET, lane number 3, please. Top gassers, let's pair them up. Find your dancing partner and push it up as a pair. Find your dancing partner and push up as a pair. ET categories, you guys are on deck. ET categories, you're on deck. Top gas, if you do not have a pair, we do not have any opponent broke singles reported to the tower. So if you do not have a pair, you will run at the end of the pack. No singles to the end of the pack. We have no opponent broke singles reported to the tower at this point.
ZX14s. You know, there was a time when the Hayabusa was the king of the track. And Kawasaki had a little catching up to do over the years. You know, started with the ZX11, and we got to the 12, and then the ZX14 came around, and boy has it come around here in recent years. Now we're seeing ZX14s throughout all the classes, all the way down to even Pro Mod and Pro Open. We've got a huge bevy of ZX14s here in this pit area with Mr. Eric Yost and Mr. Mike Hansen. And Eric Yost, tell me about your ZX14 and what you're hoping to get accomplished here this weekend at Man Cup.
Well, the white one, called White Carbon. I am just running street ET with it. So we're hitting right around 570. And then this one's the bigger one. It's got a bigger motor. But I run 560 and Pro ET.
Far out, and they're both beautiful. Did you build them all yourself?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah, your work shows. And now, Mike Hansen, tell us about your ZX14s. And obviously, you have an affinity for carbon fiber. Am I correct?
Yeah, I love my carbon. So this bike here is my Street ET Pro ET bike. We run about mid-5s on it, and then it's dialed in pretty good, ready for this weekend. And then my other bike over here, actually had Gage Herrera build this bike.
Really?
Yep. And
the illustrious Gage Herrera.
Yeah, so he just finished this bike up, and we're at the track for our first Top Gas race on it.
Also, it's debut for Top Gas.
Yes, sir.
That's a Top Gas bike.
Yes, sir. We're sitting number 2 after 3 rounds already. So.
Wow. So what was your number?
511.
511. And I mean, if you look at that, you wouldn't necessarily think a Top Gas bike, but yeah, the times keep changing, and I'm really enjoying this one. I like the combination of the matte finish, the coloration, and the carbon fiber. You know, black has become such a huge trend. I do a lot of powder coating work myself on Harleys in the local Daytona area, and everybody wants black these days, you know. And but you know, it makes sense to mix up the textures like you've done here. You know, instead of all carbon or all black or I should say all satin black. You know, we see mixtures of textures, mixing up satin with gloss, with matte. It's a really cool effect.
Really makes it stand out.
Yeah, yeah, and even the OEMs are doing it too, and they'll do the same thing. They mix it up so that there's a variety of different black finishes on the same bike, and it's really, as far as I know, the only color that works so well for mixing up all those different textures but still have it the same color.
Yep.
So you did a great job on it yourself with this one.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah, and I like that DME tail section. Is that something new, or have they had that out for a while?
They've had that out for a while. It's probably about 2 years old is when I purchased it.
Cool pieces. Well, thank you for coming out to our race, and I'm telling you, you know, yeah, ZX14s are really making a showing these days, and they should, you know, and I'm a Kawasaki man. I keep telling everybody on the live feed, you know, I go way back with that Kawasaki, but it's great to see. Thank you, Eric.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you.
And thank you, Mike.
Sir, appreciate it.
More Kawasaki action here at Man Cup, and it is the Midwest MegaFest, partner in collaboration with the Kings of Grudge.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fueltech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fueltech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fueltech's features. Learn more about what Fueltech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
V20T, V20T right here. Jimmy Smith left lane and Larry Berger right lane. All right, that was the V20T going down through there. And in that pair, Jimmy Smith taking the W on with a 655 on a 640. Larry Berger 787 on his 692. You wonder if Berger was playing possum there. You never can tell. And here we go. We move into Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. If you're not in the lanes and paired with your partner, I don't know what you've been doing these last 8 hours. All right. 510 index. 510 index. First pair up, we got Dave Griffin coming down from Iowa, left lane, and Jerry Hurley from Ohio. This is a 510 index category, and I need my Street ET riders to report to lane number 4. Street ET riders, lane number 4, and that is random pairings. Random pairing Street ET riders, lane number 4. Green lights, nope, that's a red light start for Griffin. Left side went too quick, 022 to the red, 512. Jerry Hurley, 507, but that wins because of the red light start. Brandon Elliott next in the Larice Insurance lane, and Daryl Johnson over here in the York Kentucky Bank lane. We are currently in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Schwartz Law Group. The only ones bigger than Morgan & Morgan out there. Kenny Schwartz able to take on any corporation out there. Because he's got Crow Teasley in his corner. Brandon Elliott left side, Daryl Johnson right. They're moving him in. Brandon away like a rocket ship there, and that's a W. Brandon Elliott's 527, besting the 518 by Johnson. So, you know what that means. All right, next pair, Deshaun Willer, Louisville, Kentucky, in Top Gas as well on a beautiful Kawasaki entry. Jim Bernier coming down from Canada, taking him on the Suzuki entry. Bernier, beautiful yellow machine. Probably a bit hot down here for him, but oh, look at that. What a drag race. Jim Bernier, 510 on a 510. That's a W. Deshaun Wheeler, 509 with a 6, breaking out. And that is it for Deshaun Wheeler in the Top Gas category. Jim Bernier moving on to round number 2. His teammate, Josie Brooks, just saw that happen. She's smiling. Josie from Canada. Turtle Cole, right side from Iowa. Both of these riders very seasoned in the Top Gas category. Street ET, please. Street ET, lane number 4, random pair. Street ET, lane number 4, random pair, first round action. And green lights a pair, 517. 517 for Brooks, besting the 510 for Cole. So you know what that means. Next up, Terry Hoke, left side on the Bandit. Mike Hansen, right side on a Kawasaki ZX14. Hoke for the W. That was a race right there. Hoke 024 on the tree, 511. Hansen was 026 on the tree and pushed it 509 with a 7. Did everything he could. That was a great race. Hoke moving on. Hansen's day is over in Schwartz Law Group, top gas. Kevin Cooper next up left side, and Paul Stevens in the right lane. Stevens goes in deep and he goes red. Cooper, green light with a 5:36. Stevens is not going to be happy when he gets that time slip. That was one that he let get away. And next up, you've got your defending national champion. That's Heather Baldy out of St. Louis, Missouri. She carries sponsorship from the Schwartz Law Group. And bike number 844, left lane. We don't have any data on him, so we're going to call him Racer X. Hayabusa street tire bike. Two very different ways to run top gas right here. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine this. And the champ takes it 5:12. Besting the 5:13. Aaron Sherrill next up in the left lane, and Matt Nags in the right lane. Street ET, lane number 4, random pairings please. Street ET, lane 4, random pairings. Getting a W over Sherrill, his 5:16 advancing. Dalton Perry just watched his Pro Mod bike fly in Pro Open. He's up against Chad Otts. Chad, a former national champion with us. This is a good drag race right here. Really good. Chad Otts for the win, 5:10 on a 5:10. That's why he was a champ. Dalton pushed under 5:05. Chad had a couple on the tree, and Dalton did what he could, but he had to break out to get there. Otts moving on. Oh, teammates having a race first round. This is big time bragging rights back in the state of Missouri. The counselor here in the right lane, Kenny Schwartz, up against the patriarch, Mike Wagner. Well, this is played out countless times through the decades. Oh, red light start. Schwartz goes red by 9. No, Schwartz with the W. He's 9th thou red. Wagner was 19th thou red. Look at that. Schwartz moving on, 5:12. Wagner's 5:08 with a little bit worse of a red light. Both riders were amped for that one. Scott DeLong next up in the left side, and Richard Holder, who reported broke in Super Comp, to focus on his top gas entry. Holder right side. playing out at Gainesville Dragway any given Saturday night over the last 3 decades. Holder, right side. DeLong, left side. They're out of there and moving. It is DeLong, 5-2-5. Rich Holder breaking out. Holder goes too quick at 5:07. He just took way too much stripe. Both riders with great trees. 0-1 for DeLong and an 0-3 for Rich Holder in defeat. DeLong moving on. Mantez Thompson Jr. left side on Chucky and Rashad Rowe. This one right here is worth the price of admission. Alabama versus Kentucky. We got green lights a pair. 5:08.17, 5:08.17. Identical numbers. Mantez for the W. He was better on the tree. He was 009 to Rashad's 022. Both riders 5:08.17. To the 4th digit, they matched. Mantez for the dub. And this is Ron Jones, left lane. Cody Spires, right side. Getting down to the short rows of Top Gas. Street ET, you're on deck. Street ET riders, you are on deck. And Spires takes the win, 5:29. Ron Jones unable to get a hold of the racetrack, and his bike is maybe still under power. Your number 1 qualifier. Dalton Markham will take his earned bye run. Street ET random pair, Street ET random pair first round in lane 4. I need to call my Pro ET riders to lane number 5. Pro ET riders to lane number 5. Random pair, random pair. All right, Dalton Markham, he's all over that number. He goes 5'11" on that 5'10" index. He's loaded for bear and moves on to the 2nd round. Gonna have Street ET up next after the 5-minute courtesy hold. Street ET will be up next. MPS Racing Pro ET, let's get them loaded into lane 5. And if my V-Twin riders are back, bring them back to lane 3, we'll run you. V-Twin to lane number 3, we will run you.
Wow, look at this, huh?
All right, once again, Street ET riders should be moving out in just a matter of minutes. MPS Racing Pro ET riders, we need you in lane 5, please. we go. This is Voodoo Custom Street ET, round number 1. This is a prepaid buyback situation. Man Cup has the buyback prepaid for you. All winners and losers come back to round 2, and at that point, you lose. It's the end of your day. Street ET, Voodoo Custom Street ET, round 1 action. I need my MPS Racing Pro ET riders to lane number 5. Pro ET lane 5. Pro ET riders lane number 5. I would like my 460 riders. Stack them in lane number 1. Get your pairs. 460 riders. You'll be up after ET. 460. You'll be up after ET. Action here in Voodoo Custom Street ET. This is Voodoo Custom Street ET action in round 1. Round number 1, eliminations. Voodoo Custom Street ET. Pro ET riders, we're going to need you guys and gals. Lane number 5, you'll be next up. I need my 460 riders to lane number 1, please. Pair them up, lane number 1. 460 riders. Round 2, you'll be running after the ET categories. Jeff Gordon, left side. William Maniz in the right lane. William on the ZX14 gets a red light. Fires it off. Gordon advancing 598 on a 597 dial. Mike Hansen is back up here in CJ Mims again. couple riders who've run in the Sportsman categories. Good little drag race right here. Green lights a pair, but Hansen off pace. Mims taking the W, 578 on a 577, and he held the reaction time advantage. CJ Mims loaded for bear. David Hartley and Bam Rucker next up. Rucker taking a bit to get in, but they're pre-staged. 624 dial, left side, 580 dial, right lane. Ryland Rowe on a single here. So wrap up Street ET. We'll go into a 5-minute courtesy hold before we commence with MPS Racing Pro ET. All right, Pro ET will be next on racetrack, and I do need round 2 of 460 action. 460, 460, round 2. Pair them up in lane number 2. 460 to lane number 2. You'll be next up after Pro ET. And that was the V-Twin final. Congratulations, Jimmy Smith, taking the win there in V-Twin ET over a red lighting Larry Berger. Jimmy taking a W home to Macon, and Larry taking a runner-up home to Jacksonville. Congratulations, both riders. This is Pro ET round 1 action. .460 riders in lane number 2, and pair them up for your second round of eliminations. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 round 2. Let's bring them to lane number 2 and get them paired up. Green lights, a pair, good drag race right here. Corey Nags right side, and bike 2911 in the left, and that's going to be Nags for the W. Dave Young belts out a 545, breaking out on the 549 index, but with the prepaid buyback situation, he comes automatically back to second round, where if you lose, you go home in the second round. This is MPS Racing Pro ET action here at the KOG and Manufacturers Cup Midwest MegaFest at beautiful, beautiful US 60 Dragway here in Kentucky. A yeoman's effort put forth by the Dragway staff to repair the racing surface after the torrential rain overnight, but they got it done, and they've given us the same high quality racing surface we've had all weekend long. Still today belting out 3-second 8th mile runs just like it has all weekend long. Jeremy Teasley, right lane, and Sonny Bolton in the left lane. Good little drag race right here, and that is Bolton, 583 on a 580. Remaining riders in Pro Ultra 460. Find your partner and pair up in lane 2. 460 to lane number 2, please. 460, lane number 2. Heading down to the short rows in MPS Racing Pro ET. MPS Racing Pro ET, we're going to be moving into Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 next. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 is going to be next. So if you're in second round action of 460, find your dancing partner, get it paired up, and we'll be turning to you guys very shortly. 460 will be the next category on track. Like 1350 left lane and Jonah Allen right side. Jonah continuing to lay waste. Very, very solid runs. 595 on a 593 right there.
I love the family dynamic. Family is what brought me into motorcycle drag racing, and I met a young lady here by the name of Lana, who apparently has something to say about her boy and his dad, who was also a drag racer, but who is no longer with us. Am I correct?
Correct. Since he passed in 1982, and he raced a 900 Kawasaki, and then Eric, his son, is racing now. So we just keep passing down.
His name was Van.
And his name.
That's where
And the Van's boy. That's where Van's boy came from. His dad's name was Van, so that's where he got the name.
My stepdad's name was Van, so I can relate. So when I saw the Van's boy logo on your apparel, I literally thought that was like an apparel company or something, like Van's shoes. So, but now I understand. So Van's Boy Racing is the name of the team?
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
And obviously this is Van's boy.
This is Van's boy.
And this is Van's
mother.
Yeah. Well,
I'm Van's wife. I'm Eric's mother.
And you're here, which is the amazing part, okay? Because, you know,
Having a ball. Everybody should come out. This track is amazing. I mean, if you've been all over, this is just so nice here. Very, very nice here.
it really is. And I want to really commend you for supporting your son. My mom was a big part of my success in my racing career, and in a lot of ways it took me years to fully realize that, because I always thought, well, you know, Dad was the racer, but without Mom's support, it might not have happened. It certainly wouldn't have happened as well, so thank you.
Oh, I'm a big cheerleader. You'll hear me up there yelling for Van's boy.
I can hear her too over the bike.
So, yeah, and there it is for you folks, the family dynamic, ever loving, ever present, and I really appreciate you folks taking the time to tell me your story, because this is what we're all about at Man Cup. We want to tell the stories. We need you to see the stories, because the stories are what make this the amazing pursuit that it is, and that's really the best way to put it. It's all about all the individual stories and all the people that make them up.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fueltech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fueltech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fueltech's features. Learn more about what Fueltech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Lovely, lovely pit area here And an equally lovely bike and lady, Megan from Megan Racing, and this absolutely delicious Hayabusa-bodied GS engine-powered, Suzuki. Megan, tell me a little bit about your voyage and what got you here to this bike. Is this a 460 bike or is it a top gas bike?
It's a 460 bike. So I've been racing for 16 years now. 460, I started off with racing street bikes, Hayabusa and a cow, and running Pro ET and Street ET in class racing. And then I later ventured off into a 460 bike, and this was actually Hollywood's bike, and I ended up buying it from him. So he's called it Cleopatra, and we've been just doing remarkable with the bike. And so it's done so well, he's wanting to buy it back, but no, the price is gonna double.
That's amazing. What a cool story. So how long have you been in the 460 class now?
It's been about 5 years now.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, it's been about 5 years.
Wow, amazing. And have you been on this bike the whole time?
I have not. So my dad had built me a bike. I had a one headlight bike that was pink, and I won a lot on it. And then after that, I started riding before that I was riding my dad's 460. And then after that, my husband transferred and gave me his 460 bike. So now I'm here.
Wow, cool story. And I mean, I love the execution. Obviously, I enjoy pink. My wife's a big pink fan, and I love the combination, the juxtaposition of blue with the pink. As a matter of fact, my own company, Triton Power Sports, those are our colors.
Oh, really?
Yeah, blue and pink represents my wife and I. So,
okay,
but yeah, but it looks great, and I really want to take the time to thank you for coming out to the event today. I'm sure Hollywood's glad to see you here, even though he wants his old bike back. But
yes, I think Hollywood and Rashid for putting this on, so thank you. I'm glad to be here.
It's great to have you here. So, and remember, it's not just guys out here racing this weekend. We got a lot of fast ladies too.
Power!
Yeah.
Girl power in the building.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fueltech everywhere.
Ultra 460. Fantastic first round of 460 action. A lot of super close racing out there. Guys and gals in 460 are just all over that number. Oh, and the KOG Manufacturers Cup Midwest MegaFest has been graced by the presence of the great Tim Haley. Haley's Comet is in the house. Check out Eat My Ink for all your motorcycle drag racing coverage without the bikini-clad bartenders. Thank you, Tim Haley, for your years of dedication to the sport. All right, we got him in the puddle. Rashad Jones, left side on his Suzuki. He'll be taking on John Krakalici. Pair of Suzuki entries right here. Pair of Suzukis. .460, the magic number, with a good reaction time. Might spell victory. Jones taking the better of John Krakalici there, 467 with an 02 light. Krakalici unfortunately off pace, 531 at only 91 mph. He something awry on that machine. And next up, Mantez Thompson Sr. He's doing double duty for the first time ever. He's out there in Ultra Sportsman as well, which is going to be our next category up. Mantez Thompson Sr., Mantez Thompson Jr., both of them in Ultra Sportsman. Mike Tien, he's only in 460, so his focus is right here. He's in deep. And it's a great drag race, something sounding sick. And it is Tien taking the W. Mantez off pace, 481. Tien was 019 on the tree, and he was second best off the line. Mantez was 011, but could not run the number. Next pair, Robert Mann, right side, and Bo Drexler. Bo, our number 2 qualifier, got his machine fixed up, courtesy of some automotive racers from here in the area that the track ownership group knows. Bo Drexler riding a bit of a rabbit's foot. He's got Bob Mann, the wily veteran. It is Drexler's 463 getting the better of Mann's 466. Mann's 466, he had 100th on the reaction time but couldn't hold it. Bo Drexler advances to the next round. And your number 1 qualifier, Terrence Washington, right side, against former national champion Chad Otts in the left lane on his Suzuki with Fast by Gas sponsorship. Terrence running under the umbrella of Frierson Enterprises. Terrence and his partner, Curtis Winston, get all their power from Big Doug. Both riders moving in. Otts, Washington. Otts goes red. 003 red, he's out. Terrence Washington, your number 1 qualifier, marches on with an outstanding 462. Washington moving on, moving up and moving on. Morris Ball Jr. Right side on the Ball family Kawasaki. Pop's almost taking a header there. He's OP. And we've got the Teasley Empire over there in the left lane. He's on Bashira's bike. Very unique 460 entry right there. He took somebody out first round. I can't remember who. But Pops in the left lane. That's Crow Teasley. And Morris Ball Jr. right side. Teasley on a Hayabusa street-tired machine of Dave Brashear, and he might be stuck on the track. Brashear is going to lose a leg. Green lights a pair. Good drag race right here, and give it to Crow. 468. Morris Ball breaking out. 459 with a 1. Teasley did have 100th on the tree. Teasley was 0-2 to Ball's 0-3. Great little drag race right there, but Morris Ball just took too much stripe, and the wily veteran Teasley made him pay. Okay, Tyrone Lemons next up, left side. Josie Brooks, right side. Josie's Suzuki naturally aspirated Tyrone Lemons with a detuned Pro Mod bike that gets out of there like nobody's business. They're in, and they're gone. 462 for Tyrone for the victory. 465 for Josie in defeat. Josie did have 200s in the bank on the tree, but her 465 was not enough. Tyrone's 462 takes the measure.
So motorcycle drag racers are really some of the most creative people you'll ever meet. You know, it's a very small sport compared to like automotive drag racing, so there's a lot of ingenuity, a lot of stuff that's made by racers for themselves, for other racers. What we see here is a very unique combination that our friend Santi Rodriguez, who is also our chaplain, uses to tote his Supercomp bike around. And what this is a custom fabricated trailer that Santi has developed with a chassis builder. I think it's a Don Newman Race Cars. And so what this enables him to do is to tote the bike back from the big end after a pass without having to be toted around by like a mini bike. It would also enable a racer who goes to the track with no help to get his bike back and forth to the line and back from the big end of the track all by himself. So just another look at the unique and creative ingenuity you'll see at one of these Man Cup events.
All right, and those pairings for J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman, it's going to be Jonah Allen and Turtle Cole, Spencer Johnson and Randy Butler. Sonny Bolton carries the second round bye run. Sonny's got a rabbit's foot because he's got a bye run in Pro ET too. Oh, bragging rights at the Thompson household coming up. Tez Jr. versus Tez Sr. So there's your 3.5 pairs of Ultra Sportsmen coming up. They'll be next on track. And Super Comp Riders, please bring them to lane number 4 for pairings. Super Comp, lane 4 for pairing purposes. As we look ahead to the next round of 460 action in about an hour, Terrence Washington is going to face off with Crow Teasley, Bo Drexler and Tyrone Lemons, Rashad Jones and Mike Tian. There's your 3 pair right there in the quarterfinal action of 460, upcoming in about an hour's time. But next up will be Ultra Sportsman. All right, this is a final call for Ultra Sportsman riders in second round of eliminations. It looks like all right, and it appears that Senior is waving the white flag of surrender. Mantez Thompson Sr. wants no part of running his son. He knew Junior was going to hand it to him, so he is just staying home. Mantez Thompson Jr. will take an opponent broke single and move into the semifinal round in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. Outstanding field of Ultra Sportsman riders this weekend. Just some tremendous numbers. They pounded that 6 flat index all weekend. Number of riders just hammering it every pass. Six flat, that fixed index, 4/10 pro tree. Sounds easy, but it is not. Just a Sunday drive compared to some of the stuff he rides. 597, just that easy. Mantez. Next up, I'm going to have Spencer Johnson and Randy Butler. Spencer Johnson in the York Kentucky Bank lane. And that's Randy Butler over there in the Larice Insurance Lane. Winner here is going to be 601 for Spencer Johnson. He punches his ticket into the semifinals, as has Mantez Thompson Jr. Your number one qualifier, Jonah Allen, next up in the right lane. He had a bye run last round. He is up against Turtle Cole, and you got a drag race right here, and it is a double breakout with Allen closer, 599.2. Jonah Allen will face off against Spencer Johnson, with Johnson having lane choice in that semifinal. And Sonny Bolton, he has the legal bye, and he will be facing Mantez Thompson Jr. in the semifinal round there. He went to leave, but the bike didn't want to go. Fortunate it happened on the bye run. 6:45, a bit off pace, but he does have lane choice due to Thompson breaking out. Semifinals are set in Ultra Sportsman. Super Comp Riders, we need you in lane 4 and being paired up. Super Comp Riders in lane number 4 being paired up.
So Man Cup Racing, of course, attracts the best and brightest from across the spectrum of motorcycle drag racing, and we're blessed this weekend to be visited by one of the strongest racers really in the recent history of the sport, JT, Mr. Jeremy Teasley. And Jeremy, what brought you out here to the Man Cup event this weekend? What is your interest? What's your flavor? What's your jam?
What brought me out here was the grudge racing, the KOG. So, but then also I got the bracket bike, so I brung it too.
Outstanding. So I understand you made a hit on Dalton Perry's Pro Mod yesterday and recorded your first ever 3-second eighth mile?
Oh yeah. He did something. I raced it last race and we kept going 401, 402s. I always wanted to go into threes and he told me to bring it here. And he changed one thing on it and went 99060 and 397. So we're gonna park it until first round.
Wow, 990, sub 1 second 60-foot time. So how does that feel compared to a grudge bike? What's the biggest difference?
Big difference. Probably the seating position and just, I mean, it's definitely, these leave a little, not much softer, but it's a whole different ride. It's weird. Because 60 foot ain't crazy different. I mean, they're within, a tenth, but it's definitely a whole different animal when you let go to button.
Right, yeah, but of course you've ridden everything. As I understand, the big difference here too, like with the grudge bikes, is they don't really put you back in the seat until you hit second gear, whereas with that Pro Mod bike, man, it's pretty much a hit right off the line, right?
Oh yeah, you hit that go to button, it's like second gear before you can blink.
Amazing. So
blink. Your eyes are peeled back.
So I'm looking at this bike behind you, and of course, very unique with the fabricated chassis. Is that a DME product?
Yes, a DME chromoly chassis.
Wow, and of course that's a replacement for the stock Hayabusa style, aluminum chassis. What's the primary advantage of running the fabricated steel chassis over the stock aluminum piece?
It's lighter, and the seating position's a little bit different, a little bit lower, and easier to work on. So a bunch of different little things, but weight is the main thing.
Oh, so it's actually lighter as well?
Yeah, I can't remember how much lighter. I think it's 9 pounds lighter than a stock frame. But now they got a new titanium one. It's even lighter.
Holy shit. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, crazy.
So, Jeremy, I really appreciate you giving us an opportunity to talk to you. Are you going to go all the way through the program on the Pro Mod as well as on your grudge bike?
Yep, I'm going to be here till Sunday. Hopefully late Sunday.
Excellent. So once again, Jeremy Teasley, and if you know anything about motorcycle drag racing, you know this man's name. Thanks for spending time with us here today, and thanks for supporting the KOG Man Cup Midwest MegaFest.
Random pair, Street ET, random pair. All right, I got Ryland Rowe in the right lane and Joey Burgess right side. How this one shakes out on the racing surface. Rose, ZX14. Burgess looks like he may be on a 14 as well. Both riders very carefully moving in, and they're in. Oh, Ryland goes red, 001 red, he's out. Burgess advances 564.8. Ryland Rose 577 with a 001 red light. Mike Battles, he's taking on Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Battles out of Ohio. Schmidt coming up from Florida. Outstanding drag race right here. It is Mike Battles, 560 on a 560. Dwayne Schmidt Jr., he was 023 on the tree, and he was second off the line. 569, no match for Battles, 560. Eric Yost next up, left side, and defending national champion, Santi Rodriguez in the right lane. It is Rodriguez, 557 with a 7. Red light start for Yost. Yost 573 on that red light start. Mantez Thompson Jr. left side. And I've got Larry Hand in the right lane. We got another one getting claimed over in that lane. Careful walking out there or attempting to walk. Something not leaving right, and it's a red light start for Hand. Mantez Thompson advances 556 with a 4. Larry went 054 red. Mantez was late on the tree. He was vulnerable there, but he could have got pulled off by the early red light by Hand. This is next up John Markham in the right lane, and Ronnie Allen in the left. This pair will figure out who's going to run defending national champion Santi Rodriguez in the next round. Oh, left side a little bit late there. Might be in trouble, and he is. He is. Markham advancing on with a 584. He doesn't let ones like that go by. And he will have lane choice over Santi Rodriguez in the next round of Super Comp. Next pair, CJ Pretty Boy Mims and bike number 242. They're in. Drag race. Green light, something going south down there. Mims for the win. CJ Mims moving on over Jesse Moyer. He'll take on Joey Burgess next round. Burgess having lane choice. Nathan Wall and Terry Hoke next up. This is a green light drag race, and it is Hoke 566 besting the 565 by Wall. So you know what that means. And that is Super Comp. Again, next round, Joey Burgess will have lane choice over CJ Mims.
Creativity abounds at these Man Cup and KOG events, and one of the things we love to see so much is the graphic design and implementation of these wraps on the trailers. Now, of course, what we're seeing here is one of the more striking designs we've seen this weekend on the many trailers of all the different racers that come here. This is, of course, the Vapor 2.0 team, Big Time Racing, and just check out the detail in this wrap. It's amazing. You can see everything about the bike, and it really makes an impact not only at the track, but going down the road. People know there is some badass MF in that trailer.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fueltech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
Adding to the diversity of the bikes at these Man Cup and KOG races, we always see amazing older machines like this Suzuki GS 1150 bodied machine as operated by Daryl Johnson. Daryl, what class do you run this bike in, and how are you doing here so far this weekend?
Well, we run top gas class with the bike. We actually haven't been out with it for a while, so it didn't do too bad on the first qualifying run. We went to 25 with it and stuff, so we're just going to make some adjustments on it and stuff, and then we're going to see how it does on the next qualifying run.
Well, that's not bad at all for something you just got back out of the trailer. So 825. Now, how you working with the track surface? I mean, everybody else is raving about how well this track hooks. Did you have a good pass too?
Oh yes, the track is hooking up real nice and stuff. You can't get it no better than that. These guys really did a great job on it this morning, working on the track. I literally just watched those guys dragging the track, spraying it down real good, dragging it, and just completely repeating it over and over each time to make sure the traction is just right for us to go down the track.
Yeah, that's such a big part of modern motorcycle and car drag racing. So just give us a quick look at the technical details here with this Suzuki. Of course, I see the 1150 cylinder head. What's going on inside that one?
All right, we got a 1428 in it itself it's got a pretty nice size head. It's got a 31, 26 valves in it, intake 36, exhaust is 29, 30, yeah, and stuff. Nitrous, runs nitrous, of course. We run nitrous on it and stuff, but overall, this bike was built by Deshaun Wheeler.
I was going to say, I saw Deshaun's name on there, and it has his look. He builds such clean machines. I was just over in their pit earlier today, and I was looking at the 3 bikes they had lined up, and I'm like, man, this is the cleanest part of the entire pit. I don't see a speck of dust within 50 feet of these bikes. So the man builds some beautiful stuff. Yeah, so you feel confident you can turn that 25 into a 20 or a 21?
Yeah, that really helped me out a lot on that first pass, really, and stuff. Because since we ain't been out for a while and stuff, and it just built my confidence up, basically.
Perfect. That's what we like to see. So, racers are out here and enjoying themselves. Make sure that when you have the opportunity to get to a Man Cup or KOG event, you do. And we're going to bring you all kinds of interesting machines this weekend. We're just getting started. It's the Midwest MegaFest, brought to you by Manufacturers Cup. And don't forget, Fueltech is everywhere.
Coming up, Street ET riders, Street ET riders to lane number 4, Street ET lane 4, random pair. Street ET lane number 4, random pair. Brooks. The York, Kentucky Bank lane near pit side. Markham, Larice Insurance lane. Blue Suzuki for Markham, red Suzuki for Brooks, and it is a race. Dalton Markham, big move off the starting line. His 5:14 besting the 5:11, so you know what that means. Markham was 006 on the tree. He was loaded for bear. Heather Baldy, your reigning national champion here on the right side, and Chad Otts, former national champion left side. 2 in a row to the left lane, 5:11. Getting the measure on the breakout, 5:06 by Baldy. 5:11. This next pair is going to be Scott DeLong and Brandon Elliott. DeLong out of Florida, right lane, Elliott, Kentucky. DeLong, Kawasaki, Elliott, Suzuki. Good drag race right here, 2 green lights. 5:10 on a 5:10 for Brandon Elliott. He was a couple ticks behind on the tree, but DeLong could not run the number. Next pair, we got Jerry Hurley left side and Cody Spires right side. Green lights, good drag race right here again. Hurley, 5:08, double breakout. Jerry Hurley moving on. Jerry Hurley. Jim Bernier left side and Kevin Cooper in the right lane. Jim coming down from Canada. Got the victory in the first round. Let's see if he can make it 2. It is a drag race, and it is Cooper. 5:12. Cooper 5:12, besting the breakout 5:08. Jim's going to be kicking himself. He was 003 on the tree. He held a couple. He just took too much stripe, but overall a great outing for the first time. We've seen Jim Bernier down here racing with the Manufacturers Cup, and Kenny Schwartz next up against Terry Hoke. Schwartz on the Turbo Suzuki, Hoke on the Busa. It's a green light drag race, and it is the Counselor, 5:10 with a 7. Outstanding race right there. Kenny Schwartz was 009 on the tree with a 5:10. Oak, no slouch, 022, and he goes 5:09 trying to take the win, but he just couldn't do it. Made the margin as close as he could, but couldn't get the job done. Matt Nags next up left side, and Montez Thompson, I'm in every category, junior, right side on Chucky. Something there. Oh, give it to Nags. Breakout by Tez. 5:02. Mantez was 016 on the tree. He had 3 on Nags. But Matt Nags shows how to get it done with a 5:10 with a 9. So that is the round of 16 for the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas, and it will be Dalton Markham with lane choice over Jerry Hurley next round. Matt Nags with lane choice over Chad Otts. Kevin Cooper earned by run into the semifinals. And Kenny Schwartz, you won a 5:10 with a 7, but you do not have lane choice. Brandon Elliott Lane choice in that pair, Brandon Elliott and Kenny Schwartz, pair of 510s. Great round of action coming up next for the top gas category when it's time, but I need my Street ET riders. Street ET riders into lane number 4. Street ET riders into lane number 4. And MPS Racing Pro ET riders, lane number 5 is now open for you. That also is random pair. Street ET and Pro ET are both random pair. Sonny Bolton will carry the legal buy run in Pro ET. Brandon Dudley, buy run in Street ET. ET riders are next on track. Street ET, you're next up.
So there's really nothing more important in drag racing and really all forms of racing than the next generation. And we're always on the lookout for promising new recruits. And I came across this family here today with this gentleman and his youngster. And I guess your name is Cameron?
Kenton.
Kenton. And tell me again what you were telling me about what Kenton just did with a little bit of an impromptu race out there in the grass.
Oh yeah, well we were in the side over here in the back lot, and he got about 4 races going, and he won all 4 of them.
So where's he going to go from here? You said you might try him on Street ET when he gets a little bigger, a little older?
Yeah, we're looking about 12 years old, Street ET, start him out on a 600 cut rail.
All right, so Ken, what do you think of all of that? Are you ready to go motorcycle drag racing?
Yeah.
All right, and how old are you now?
10.
10. Wow, so from what Dad's talking about, it's just a couple years away. We're going to get you on a big bike. You ready for that?
Yes.
He is very ready for that. So this is where it all starts. And, of course, this is a family sport. Lots of friends out here, which, of course, I like to say are the family you get to choose. But family affairs are what it's all about. My dad, of course, was a big-time drag racer. I became a big-time drag racer. And here comes Kenton. He's going to be a big-time drag racer, too. And his dad's already as proud as can be of him.
That's right, exactly.
So keep an eye out for this young man in the years to come. Street ET is where it's all going to start.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fueltech everywhere.
that point. First pair up will be John Markham in the right lane and David Hartley. Markham taking the victory, and you notice he's first pair out. That'll maximize his time to be able to get back for Pro ET. That is how you do it. Hartley just turned it pink. 0003. That's a 0003. Hartley goes red. Jeffrey Gordon left side. Eric Yost in the right lane. Yost on a ZX14 Hayabusa power in the left. Good little drag race right here. Green lights. It's going to be at the finish line, and it is Yost. Yost got a gift. He was dead late on the tree. Gordon had him nailed dead to rights on the tree, but could not come close to his dial-in. Eric Yost gets a gift and moves on to round number 3. Dwight Matchik and Jose Gonzalez will be next up. Gonzalez ZX14. In the York, Kentucky Bank lane, and he's away. .586 on the 585 dial-in. Gonzalez moves on to the next round of eliminations. Matchik off his dial-in, couldn't run the number, and his day has ended. All right, we've got Rylan Rowe next up left side. It'll be a ZX14 for sure. And Pat Ivy in the tower side lane. Green and green. It's going to be a finish line race, and it is. Ivy, 627 on the 625, and he had a chunk in the bank on the reaction time. Rylan Rowe, 575 on a 574, but he was second off of the line, and Ivy made him pay. Brent Jones next up, left side, and Mike Hansen in the right lane. Hansen, ZX14 power as well, with Jones on a Hayabusa. .550 on a 548. Mike Hansen is here to play. Brent Jones, he was right there as well. That was a great race right there. 04 to 01 on the tree. 1 over versus 2 over. Outstanding drag race right there, but only one rider can win, and that was Mike Hansen moving on to round 3. William Manise left side, and Maurice Gibbs from the Bee Gees in the right lane. Get all the stars out here. Red light start in the left lane. next pair. CJ Mims and Bam Rucker. Mims left side. Rucker right side. Rucker carefully moving in. They bring the R's up. And that is a green light drag race right there. 579 for Mims taking the win.
All right, so one of my favorite aspects of modern motorcycle drag racing, and really what I think gives it so much unique flavor, is the outrageous color and graphic schemes that many of these racers choose. And cruising through the pits today, I saw Jeff Dalton's Grudge bike here, and I'm just like, wow, check that out. Even has the matching leathers. So, Jeff, is there any particular hidden meaning here to the jigsaw puzzle pieces, or was it just something you thought would be striking and you wanted to see what it looked like?
So no, my godson has autism. So when I was initially doing the bike, I was trying to think of a theme for the bike, and there's a lot of Grudge bikes out there that have a lot of foul names to them and some graphics.
Unfortunately true.
Graphic photos and stuff like that. So I'm like, you know what? Let me do one for the bike, or for the kids, and for him. I actually had an original version of it that had 137 pieces on it with names all over it. And we decided, we redid it, and we decided we weren't going to do names, but so we redid everything, and it's for the kids with autism and people with autism, and that's what it's for.
Oh, wow, Jeff, and I had no idea. I just saw what I thought was a really cool bike, and I had no idea that there was such a deep meaning behind it. Thank you for sharing that with us, and thank you for bringing such a, a sympathy and empathy to what you're doing out here in motorcycle drag racing. So, before the interview, you touched on some contact that you and I had a few years back. Can I get you to elaborate a little bit more on that? Bring my memory back. What were we talking about?
So it was actually when I had done the first bike. You said, hey, are you going to be at this event? And I can't remember what event it was. And I'm like, yeah, if I'm there, for sure, we'll get together and talk. And then I had not made it out. I kind of stayed back home in Michigan, ended up hurting some motors, ended up hurting the bike and some other stuff. So the bike hadn't been out probably in 5 years. And then we redid everything, did all the Gen 3 body work, and this is what we finalized.
So I would presume that what we were talking about was some collaboration on a turbocharging system?
Yeah, so we were talking about the turbocharging, we were talking about the meaning of the awareness bike, but the bike here is a turbocharged 76-inch BBA bike. So what we're trying to go fast and working some kinks out in it right now. So
outstanding. I love all the detail. My wife would really love that pink back wheel. Love you, Aubrey. And one thing I wanted to show here that I found interesting, and it's a feature that I've tried once in the past with my various turbocharging design applications is if you look down here at the tailpipe, it would appear that the wastegate and the primary tailpipe have been integrated into one piece. Now, I think I've seen that particular designer fabricator's stuff on other bikes here. Can you drop a quick plug for him?
Yeah, so TJ Davis from Rip Fab out of Temperance, Michigan. He did all the fab work for me. And then we have, Schnitz Racing, who's helped me out over the years. Dave and Ryan and the boys, man, the whole family up there is just really great.
Foundational company, Schnitz Racing.
Yes, for sure. Great family. Can't do much more without them. And then my local, the local people at home, Macomb Power Sports, the home dealership. Great group of people help me with all the OEM parts and everything else, and just being able to come out and race.
Jeff, I just want to say that your gratitude and obviously deep enjoyment for what you do shines through in what you're saying and what you're trying to convey here. And this is a big part of what makes me just keep coming back to these races. I've raced, I've announced, I've talked about it, I've written about it, I've worked the races. Right now I'm out here working with these racers, bringing their stories to you. And Jeff, I'm so glad I stopped by here today because honestly, your story is one of the best ones we've told in a while. Thank you for being a part of what we do, and good luck today here at this combined Midwest MegaFest. It is, of course, the KOG and the Man Cup, all in one tight little package.
Thank you very much.
Win in the left lane, 638 on a 636, 553 on a 553. So, you know what that means. Next pair up, gonna be Corey Nags, left side, and may have some fluid coming out of bike 2911. In the right lane by 0.8 but he gets to win because the left lane, Corey Nags went red by 0.9 of a second. Nags had the chance to red light first, and he did. He went 0.9 red. Bike 007 went 008 red, but got the victory. 567 on a 568. He is dialed. So was Nags, 581 on a 581. Woo-hoo. MPS Racing Pro ET. The bad boys are out here. McDougal left side, DeLong right side. Give it to DeLong, 591 on a 586. McDougal off pace. And it is Nags, 555 on a 555. Dave Young goes 546 on a 546 with an 022 light, and he's going home. Nags was 555 with an 01 light. Woo! That's Dalton Markham next up, left side. Dalton Markham, left side at a 559. Bo Drexler's 5:32. Green lights a pair. Drexler fighting the bike, and he gets it down through their double breakout. Drexler 1 under, Markham 2 under. Drexler was 1 under with a 008 light, and that's a W for Drexler. Dalton Markham's day comes to an end in the second round, and that looks like Rashad Rowe, left side, and Nathan Wall, right lane. Nathan dialed 560, Rashad dialed 510, his top gas index. Wall in, Rowe in. Give it to Rowe. 5:04 breaking out on 5:10. Wall 5:52 on a 5:60. Imagine Mr. Wall was 009 and he was second off of the line. 009 and you're second off the line. Insanely tough competition here in the MPS Racing Pro ET category. Mike Thompson on his Hayabusa next up against Jonah Allen. Jonah from Louisville. Oh, Jonah goes red by 004. Mike Thompson moving on. Thompson 595 on a 595. These guys and gals have come to play. Woo! Everybody wanted to get into Hollywood's pocket on this one. Goodness gracious. Don't you dare bring a knife to this gunfight. Eric Yost, left side. Jeremy Teasley, right side. Pair of 550 street bikes here. Quick street bikes. Teasley, Hayabusa, Yost, CX-14. Yost goes red. 028 red, and that day is done. Teasley 4 under, 546 on a 550, but he was 016 on the tree, so he was ready. Teasley moving on. Yost, his day is over in round number 2. Looking for 6 motorcycles in 460. Get them to the lanes, please. I need 6 motorcycles in 460. You're next up. Jim Berner, left side. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the right lane. Green and green. Schmidt, 573, moving on. Oh, this is a big matchup right here. This is a big time matchup. Points implications all over this one. Josie Brooks left side on her Suzuki. John Markham right side. Kawasaki power. Markham goes first. 565 dial. Brooks gonna chase him with a 510 dial. Markham away clean, as is Brooks, and it is Markham 567. 567 on the 565, bests the 510 on a 510. So, you know what that means. And it looks like something may have come off one of those machines going down the racetrack, so Going to have a quick look at the racing surface and the shutdown, see if there's any debris.
Of course, one of the things you'll always see at the Man Cup and KOG events is racers doing what they got to do to keep these bikes flying down the track. We're here today with Scott and Nathan on their Grudge bike, and it looks like it's clutch maintenance time. So come on over and let's have a little look at what he's doing. Of course, many would say that the clutch is the heart of a machine like this. What the clutch does really determines everything the bike's going to do, and obviously we've had a little problem here with these clutch discs which have failed. And how often do we see that kind of thing happen?
About every 5 to 6 passes.
Only when you're going fast.
Yeah.
Only when you're going fast, right, exactly.
What we call fat guy problems.
Fat guy problems. A little bit of extra weight you carry in there. I mean that in the nicest way. So, you know, and that's what it takes. You know, these guys, these gals, always working hard, always getting the job done, always engaging their love for the sport, and really working on it is just as much part of the fun as riding it and playing with it. So there's always things to do in the pits at a Man Cup KOG event.
Wow, look at this, huh?
DX14, and it is bike number 1350. Right side. Coming down. Drag race right here. 575 to a 557 dial. And it is Rowe 576 on a 575 taking the dub. 556 breaking out on a 557 for the right lane in defeat. And the final pair in this second round action, MPS Racing Pro ET, will feature Sonny Bolton, who was pulled for the bye, and he's up against Mike Hansen. Two green lights. Finish line says Hansen. 546 on a 548 breaking out, but Bolton was 579 on 584 double breakout. So there you have it. Winners advance to the third round of MPS Racing Pro ET. It is the end of the day for the losers in that category. Pro riders, let's get them in the lanes. You're next on racetrack. And Sportsman riders, you'll be behind that. So at this point, Ultra Sportsman, my 4 remaining riders, Jonah Allen, Spencer Johnson, the aforementioned Sonny Bolton, who just went down the racetrack, and Montez Thompson Jr. You guys will be the first category up after the pros run.
So if you know anything about me, maybe you know a little by now, you know that I'm a Kawasaki man at heart, and I ain't afraid to admit it. I love all these machines out here, all the racers, but Kawasaki's are where I started, and in the staging lanes today, I got to see this beautiful Kawasaki 900 theme machine raced by Tom Cole. And Mr. Cole, what is the story on this machine? How long have you owned it? I mean, I think this bike's probably older than you, am I right?
No.
No? Well, either it's newer than I thought or you're just well preserved.
Well, I'm 55. So
outstanding.
It's close. I've had this bike. This was my first bike I bought from a guy named Rick West.
I remember that name.
And he used to run Pro Star events. So him and my dad were really good friends. And once I got out of high school in the military and I come back home, I was looking for something to ride and have some fun with my dad and him. And this is what he had. And I bought it. So I've had it probably for, God, a good better part of 30 years.
Wow, that's amazing. 30 years. I don't know how many racers here can claim that they're racing a bike that they've owned for 30 years. Maybe Kenny Schwartz over there with his Kawasaki could say that, but that's rare. So, well, tell me a little bit more about the bike and the class you run it in.
Well, right now I'm running an Ultra Sportsman. I've ran it in top gas. I've had several different motor combinations on it.
I imagine over 30 years you'd have had the chance to try a lot of different things.
Yeah. So I got tired of, I was having some issues with it, spinning the tire a couple years. It's mainly my bracket bike now. And so I wanted a slower motor. So I bought a slower motor, and it's just a 1428 nitrous motor. I run it, without the nitrous for what I'm doing today, but it's slow, but it doesn't, I'm not losing anything in the 60 foot anymore. My 60 foot, it just crawls out there, and that helps a little bit with the consistency of the race.
Absolutely.
So it doesn't have a whole lot of mile an hour, but like I said, it's a nitrous motor, so I can always play with that and adjust that if I want to.
Well, and I know what you mean. As an old-time racer myself, when we're young, man, we just want to go as fast as we can, man. Too fast is not fast enough. And then, but, once you get a few thousand passes under your belt and you kind of get that worked out of your system, sometimes you just want to go to the track and just have fun. You don't want to be working on it all the time. You don't want to be buying parts every time you go home. And so a lot of times a combination that pleases rather than rips your adrenaline glands out is the way to go.
Yeah, and I have multiple bikes. So this is just kind of a relaxation. It's more kind of like a Cadillac to me. I'm running top gas also with my other bike here this weekend. And I've been 470s on that. I got a 460.
That's quick.
Got a 460 cow, big tire cow at home. So, it's just kind of a what are you feeling at the moment thing for me. I mean, I've been blessed, so I can't complain about anything. I just enjoy the people. We're all the way from Davenport, Iowa. And
the River City.
Yeah. It was about 7.5 hour drive for us. So it was cool.
Have you been to this track before?
This is my very first time here at this track.
What an amazing place.
I am impressed. I am so impressed. The track surface is outstanding, and whoever's prepping it is doing an outstanding job, so my hat's off to them.
A lot of racers saying the same thing this weekend.
Yeah, it's great. The facilities, I think, are a little congested, but you're going to have that when you have, two motorcycle organizations putting on the same race. But I was actually expecting it to be worse, as in more congestion. This is almost kind of perfect.
It really is. It's a great balance of the two different styles of racing as well. So thank you very much, Tom, for coming out and supporting us this weekend. And good luck with all your various two-wheeled drag racing ventures. And keep coming to our races, please.
Right on. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, it's a Robinson Industries Pro Open Final up next, followed by quarterfinal action. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. And again, I do need my 4 remaining riders in Ultra Sportsman. Jonah Allen, Spencer Johnson, Sonny Bolton, and Mantez Thompson Jr. to lane number 3 for semifinals of Ultra Sportsman, which will run right behind the pros. And from Ultra Sportsman, we'll move into Super Comp and then Top Gas. So Super Comp, you're on standby, and Top Gas, you'll be right behind them. So riders, get your bikes ready to roll. All right, this is a final round. Your numbers 1 and 2 qualifier in Robinson Industries Pro Open. Jeremy Teasley, the hired gun on Dalton Perry's Perry Performance Suzuki. Nitrous Billet Vance and Hines engine Suzuki. He has low ET of the event so far at 397. Chris right behind him. Chris has belted out a pair of 4.0s, so he's right there. This may be anybody's race right here. You're gonna have to leave first, keep it hooked up, keep it pointing straight, and hope you brought enough. That is what Robinson Industries Pro Open is all about. And this is 2 completely different ways to skin the cat in this category. Refiring the machine over there for Teasley. Dalton Perry leaned in, making sure all systems are a go. Kutzinger taking a look back. See what they're up against. His crew says he's lined up straight. Teasley in the pre-stage. Kutzinger in as well. 2 are lit. Nobody moving in. This is awesome. Here comes the boost. They're going to move it in. Green lights. What a drag race. And give it to Teasley. 3950. 395 at 175. Chris Kutzinger 404 at 179. Teasley was 975.975 the 60 foot. Teasley under 1 second to 60 foot again. Congratulations, Jeremy Teasley, the Teasley family, as well as Dalton Perry, Perry's Performance on your win, and Chris Kutzinger, an outstanding performance. 404 with a booming 179. He was coming, he was bearing down on him, but Teasley laid the tree over. Next up, it'll be Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Teasley laid the tree over. He was 0-1 on the tree. Chris Kutzinger was 0-11. They both laid the tree over. And here we are. This is quarterfinal action in 460. First up, I've got Tyrone Lemons. He's taking on number 2 qualifier, Bo Drexler. Tyrone and Bo. Lemons left, Drexler right. .461 for Tyrone. He takes the W. Bro Drexler breaking out. 456. Bo had a couple in the bank on the tree, but took too much stripe. Tyrone Lemons moving on. Teasley with the horseshoe and Terrence Washington. Oh, Bro blazes a tire. Terrence will not break out. He's already looking back. Terrence Washington riding that number 1 qualifier into a semifinal position at least. Washington, with that victory over Crow Teasley, earns a bye run to the final. Terrence Washington earning a bye run to the final. This next pair will determine who's going to race against Tyrone Lemons. This is Rashad Jones from Mississippi and Mike Tian from North Carolina. Tian with sponsorship from Rob Bush Motorsports. Rashad Jones on his Suzuki. Pair of Suzukis right here. Tian in deep. Tian goes red by 5 thou. Jones 461 with a 4. And he was 010 on the tree. Tian 005 red, and he goes a 459 with an 8. But you can't do it with a red light. Jones and Tyrone Lemons will face off in the semifinals with Terrence Washington carrying the bye run into the final. Ultra Sportsman Riders. Ultra Sportsman Riders, my 4 remaining semifinalists, please be there in lane 3, and I need Super Comp. I need my 7 remaining riders in Super Comp into lane 4, please.
So it all comes down to this in a Pro Open final. The 2 most amazing, baddest ass bikes are going to pair off, and pretty much what we expected. And it's the classic matchup of nitrous versus turbo. Gotta love it. As far as I'm concerned, every race should end in a final with nitrous versus turbo. So you guys are pretty close in competition, which isn't always the case in Pro Open. Pro Open can be kind of a mixed bag of wild, chaotic madness. But right now, what separates you guys in performance? About 300-400ths?
Yeah, it's about that. The biggest thing we're seeing here lately is kind of the track condition, because we're anywhere from 120 to 140 pounds heavier. So obviously if the track condition isn't quite as good, we struggle a little bit. And we have to, with the tune and so forth. But the track this weekend here, outstanding. I went a 101 60 foot for a 740 pound bike. That is fantastic. That's fantastic.
That is amazing. And so 101 60 foot, have you ever been quicker than that?
No, that's the fastest. It was 102 before that.
Wow, pretty amazing. And, of course, that's pretty much the difference between the 2 bikes because, of course, JT's bike, Dalton Perry's machine, has run like a .99?
987, I believe, is what he ran this weekend.
So that's really amazing. So other than the 60 foot, so your bikes are essentially identical down track.
They are pretty close. So the back half's in the 130 range. He's doing the same thing. So you got to get it down in the front.
Wow. So you're giving up a few hundreds. Are you confident?
Yeah. So we crammed a little bit more in it. So we'll see what you'll do with the track will hold. But definitely this track is a leveling field for us. It helps bring us in a little bit better because we got weight and we need more traction. You got to get it in soon. So we'll see what happens.
Outstanding. So Chris Kutchlinger going to take on the monster, Jeremy Teasley, the only 3-second bike on the property so far. That could change here in the final round. We'll be bringing that to you here shortly here at the Man Cub Midwest MegaFest.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fueltech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fueltech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fueltech's features. Learn more about what Fueltech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Semi-final action here. Sonny Bolton 021, Mantez Thompson. Sonny Bolton 6 flat on a 6 flat, taking the dub. He moves on. Pair up, Spencer Johnson, Jonah Allen. Spencer Johnson, 604. He'll lose lane choice.
So we've got one other finalist here in Pro Open, and it's none other than JT, Jeremy Teasley. Jeremy Teasley is going to be riding Dalton Perry's nitrous-powered Vance and Hines cylinder-headed monster. Jeremy with the slight advantage going here into the final. He's been a 398.
Yeah, I went 397 Friday and 398 in the first pass today, first round.
So you've got some consistency there, too. Of course, your opponent's gone 402. Looks like past the 60-foot, you guys are about identical. What's the strategy here for the win? You're just going to let it all hang out?
Yeah, shooting for a 95. So we'll see how it goes.
Right on. So here it comes. It is that age-old battle. Nitrous against Turbo, GS against Busa, JT against Chris Kutzinger. And it's all going to be coming to you here just in moments here at the Midwest MegaFest Man Cup style.
Remaining riders in top gas. Remaining riders in top gas. We need you back to lanes. That'll be Dalton Markham facing Jerry Hurley. Hurley with lane choice. Matt Naggs has got lane choice over Chad Otts. Kevin Cooper, legal by run. Kenny Schwartz and Brandon Elliott. Elliott having lane choice there. Need those 7 riders back to lane number 5. Bike number 91X, bike number 91X, Pat Ivy, if you'll report to the timing tower. Bike 91X, Pat Ivy, please report to the timing tower. Ryland Rowe, bike 719, if you'll please report to the timing tower. Pat Ivy, Ryland Rowe, please report to the timing tower. Santee Rodriguez next up in the left lane. First pair in MTC Engineering Supercomp, that's Santee Rodriguez and Johnny Markham. Markham, snap, crackle, pop, and double breakout. Give it to Rodriguez, 558, besting to 556. Rodriguez had a little better tree. Joey Burgess left side, CJ Mims right lane. Do need Pat Ivy and Ryland Rowe to report to the timing tower, please. Pat Ivy, Ryland Rowe, report to the timing tower. Joey Burgess left side, CJ Mims. Green lights a pair. Oh, Burgess 563 slips it through there for the W. Mims off pace 579, and he was holding a 10th in the bank. Mike Battles left side, Mantez Thompson Jr. right side. Mike Battles coming over from Ohio, and Mantez Thompson Jr. up from Alabama. Green lights, both riders with green lights.
All right, it's Bill Hahn Jr. with more Kawasaki love. And I saw this relic, and I mean that in the sweetest way, here, and it belongs to Mr. Zach Clark. And this is a real snapshot of the way it was back in the day. He's got it all here, KZ1000 based engine, modified stock chassis. Got the back end of the chassis chopped off. Got a little rake in the front end, is it there?
Yes, sir.
About how many degrees, do you know?
I honestly don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter because it works, right? So this is what we used to do back in the day. We'd take these Sakis off the street, throw a swing arm and a slick on them, put some horsepower in them, and go have fun. So, Zach, tell us a little bit about your story with this classic Kawasaki.
I've had this bike for, I don't know, 15 years. It came from an old racer that I used to race with, that my dad used to race with, and it had been sitting in the garage, and I just kind of pieced it back together. Nothing real high horsepower. It's a 1075 slider clutch.
Classic size.
Yeah.
Dalton Markham, your #1 qualifier, and he will be facing off with Jerry Hurley. Dalton Markham, Jerry Hurley. We've got 7 remaining. Kevin Cooper will get the free pass via the bye run into the semifinal round. Hurley doing his best Chad Otts impression. Markham and Hurley, and I tell you what, that is a drag race. There's nothing left on it for Hurley. Hurley was 000 with a 5:10.00. Dalton Markham was 003 on the tree, and he was late. Unbelievable drag race right there. Jerry Hurley, 5:10 with a 00 and a 000 light. Congratulations, Jerry Hurley, moving on, and I'm going to bet at this point you will have lane choice. Wow. That one right there was worth the price of admission. Oh, the counselor, Kenny Schwartz, next up against Brandon Elliott. Turbo Suzuki, left side, nitrous Suzuki in the left lane. Can the counselor get it done, or will Morgan & Morgan stop him? And it is Elliott's 5:16. 5:16 taking out a 5:15. So you know what that means. Brandon Elliott was 002 on the tree, and he was holding nearly 4, so that's a W. Elliott moves on. And that was Matt Nags taking out Chad Otts. Matt Nags on a roll, 5-12 with an 0-1 tree. Pushed Otts under. Otts was only 100 behind on the tree, but Nags made him pay breaking out. So the semifinals are set. That will be Nags without lane choice with Hurley. And this is your legal bye run. Cooper will face off against Brandon Elliott. And Cooper has the lane choice.
So, what a final. I mean, everybody was on their feet. Everybody was breathless. And then the numbers came down, and the turbo did not prevail this time. Chris, tell us about that pass. How did it feel? What did you see?
So the pass was pretty good. It was his reaction time, I think, was a 10, and mine was a 12, so we were even out of the gate.
Amazing.
His 60-foot, I think, was a .975.
That it was.
Again, so
That it was.
mine slowed a little bit. It went to a 104. First, second, and third, it spun really bad. It's blistered the tire. It's getting ready to come apart. But you got to put power in and do what you can. I tried.
That's right. Yeah.
It overpowered the tire a little bit. At the end of the track, I was running him down, but just didn't have enough real estate. And he got me by like a bike and a half, so it was a good win. They did great.
Solid, clean win, and he did actually predict before that pass that he wanted to go at 395. He thought they had a 395 in it, and damned if he didn't go at 395. But it's like you say, as far as blistering a tire, spinning a tire, you are trying to accelerate 20% more weight down the track than they are, and you're just going to come up against limitations.
That is correct, but like I said earlier, at least we do have somewhat of a leveling factor with a track like this. It's awesome, and probably could have been tuned a little bit better somewhere, but obviously a couple runs and a little bit of short. We did our best. It's perfect condition. We're going to go home, and we tried. What more can you ask for?
Well, you really did a great job this weekend. Thank you for coming out to the Midwest MegaFest. We'll hope to see you at future Man Cup events because this type of technology needs to be on the track more often. I know you run other organizations, but consider this an open invitation. We want you and we need you.
We look forward to it. We're only 45 minutes away, so
outstanding.
You'll see us again.
Outstanding. So we're going to go find JT now and get a little insight on what a 395 feels like. Now, Hayabusa, what more can you say? Motorcycle drag racing was revolutionized by this motorcycle when it bowed in 1999. Yes, it's been 26 years now of Hayabusas. And I'm here with Randy Butler, who is on one of the most current updated versions of the Hayabusa. And Randy, tell us a little bit about this Hayabusa. What generation is it? What year is it? What is it?
2022. Hayabusa Gen 3. Had a few mods done to it. Brock Davis pipe, lowered down. A few other things done to it. Been 570s on it.
Really?
570s this weekend
Wow, I mean, that's surprising. It doesn't look like it'd be that quick.
Yeah, motor stock, completely stock. The ECU's been flashed, but other than that, it's pretty much stock.
Gotcha. Now this billet triple tree, is that a stock piece?
No, that's aftermarket. That's a Voodoo triple tree.
Wow, beautiful piece. Yeah. So, and I mean these Gen 3s just have such a clean look. I love how they updated the look and modernized it, but still retained the character of the mighty Hayabusa.
It's a little bit different. I had a Gen 2. The body works completely different. Taking it on and off is a little bit different puzzle, but yeah, very pleased with the bike. I mean, I'm impressed. 124 miles an hour, 8th mile. I mean, 570s.
Right on,
yeah.
man. And how long have you been racing this piece? Did you buy it brand new?
Yeah, I bought it brand new. This is really the first race I've had it out.
No kidding.
Yeah, I've worked on it a few times, made a couple of test shots, but as far as racing it, this is the first weekend. 460 race for 4 years, and then got into this.
So we got you to come here and break its cherry for us.
Yeah, exactly.
All right then. So another example of modern mechanical marvel mastery, 3rd gen Hayabusa, the successor to one of the most successful legacies in motorcycle performance. And congratulations, beautiful piece. Thanks for coming out, Randy.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you for supporting our race.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fueltech everywhere.
All right, it's Bill Hahn Jr. with more Kawasaki love. And I saw this relic, and I mean that in the sweetest way, here, and it belongs to Mr. Zach Clark. And this is a real snapshot of the way it was back in the day. He's got it all here, KZ1000 based engine, modified stock chassis, got the back end of the chassis chopped off, got a little rake in the front end, is it there?
Yes, sir.
About how many degrees, do you know?
I honestly don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter because it works, right? So this is what we used to do back in the day. We'd take these Sakis off the street, throw a swing arm and a slick on them, put some horsepower in them, and go have fun. So, Zach, tell us a little bit about your story with this classic Kawasaki.
I've had this bike for, 15 years. It came from an old racer that I used to race with, that my dad used to race with, and it'd been sitting in the garage, and I just kind of pieced it back together. Nothing real high horsepower. It's a 1075 slider clutch.
Classic size.
Yeah.
And what class do you run it in?
I normally just run Pro ET.
Pro ET, okay. And what's the number?
About 625 usually.
Cool.
About
So
108.
So what would that be in the quarter? Maybe 1050?
Man, it's been so long since I ran a quarter. I think I've ran a 1030 on it.
Yeah, more or less. So, well, I love it. I love all the detail. If you could just put the body on it right quick, because I'd like to get it on camera with its clothes on, as it were. And of course, folks, what this is what we call the Ninja 900 body style. And for those of you who follow the Kawasaki anthology, the Ninja 900 was really pretty substantial because it was the first move away from the vaunted Z1 KZ1000 air-cooled. The the Ninja was, of course, the first water-cooled Kawasaki, and basically began a whole new era that had culminated today in the ZX14s we've seen all over this racetrack. So, Zach, what's your strategy this weekend? Are you confident with the consistency? Are you confident with your lights? Is it going the way you want it to go?
Yeah, it's going pretty good with the lights. Consistency, maybe not so much, but all we can do is dial for it and hopefully run some good numbers, you know. So.
How do you feel about the track prep?
Oh, this track's awesome. This is actually basically my hometown track.
Outstanding.
I'm only 50 minutes from here, so.
Wow, that's awesome. I'm so glad you had the opportunity to come out here for this event. This is a pretty special event, of course, you know, the blending of the Kings of Grudge with the Manufacturers Cup. We call it the Midwest MegaFest. So thank you for coming out to support this race and for sharing some information about your cool old Kawasaki. And by the way, one last thing, love that theme, Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Pro ET and Street ET riders, please bring them to lanes for pairings, please. You're next on the racetrack.
So I'm here now with Claudel on this pretty cool looking Busa-based bike, Max ECU included, and I hear to tell you have a story. And so I'm being told by your neighbors. Is that a story you're in a position to share with me?
He just kind of really talking pretty much anything. I mean, I'm just a young tuner, man, trying to come in with some of my good guys, man, to try to do some racing, man. You know, we from Louisiana. BB Performance is my shop, and it's been a tough weekend for us. Hang on.
Has it?
It's been a rough weekend, man, with both of my bikes, with the 1002, man. So we just fighting through it.
Well, you came here. That's half the battle. Right. So do you think you're getting a handle on things?
I'm getting there. If I can get about maybe one more shake, that shakedown, the track was kind of a little hot, so it didn't really hook really well.
Yeah, it's that time of day.
Yeah, so I didn't really get no data. So hopefully, and we in the middleweight class is what we're running. So hopefully, the next one I can get just enough data, man, to do some calculating and hopefully pull it off. That's the plan.
Well, so apparently Claudel is here with the Kings of Grudge organization. And do you follow their series around the country?
Oh yes, we follow them around the country. Wherever they go, we try to be there for sure.
Outstanding, good support. So, well, Claudel, good luck with both bikes. And what's your prediction? You going to kick it, or are you going to go home with your tail between your legs?
I'm kicking.
He's kicking.
I ain't accepting the tail between the legs down here. They're going to have to put them there. I ain't going to put it there myself, that's for sure.
And that's the attitude that keeps us going here at Man Cup and Kings of Grudge. It's a Midwest Motorcycle MegaFest. And if you ain't here, that's okay. I'll keep you in the loop all weekend.
That's right.
slipping through here. At this point, guys and gals, win and come back so we can finish it up, get you on the road either with all the hardware and the money or not. Heading back to wherever you come from. Super Comp. Super Comp. Super Comp remaining riders. Let's just make it happen. Every category that I got left, competitors left in, just make it happen. Find your partners, let's get it done. But my ET riders are priority. ET, Pro ET, you're next up. You're going to be the next thing in the puddle. Pair them up, let's roll. MPS Racing Pro ET, looks like we're getting them paired up. We're going to figure out who's going to move on to that next round. And once again, if you are a racer remaining in a category, find out who you're racing with and we'll run you as soon as I have a category. Looks like we're getting ready to move Pro ET to the puddle. All right, Pro ET is moving to the puddle. Pro ET moving to the puddle. Remaining riders in Street ET, let's get them in your lane and figure out your partners. We are on a ladder in Street ET. Street ET is on a ladder. right, MPS Racing Pro ET. Matt Nags. Left side, Zach Clark. Right side. Clark's going to get to go first. Whoa, Nags turns it red. Clark was 0-1-6 to the green, so he was on it. Clark probably cutting the gas. When he saw the wind light, he goes way off his dial in. Scott DeLong, left side, dial 587. Jeremy Teasley, 546 dial. Here in the York, Kentucky Bank lane, trying to figure out who's moving into the next round of Street ET action. It is Teasley off of a 000 light. DeLong turned it red to start with. DeLong was 012 red, 587 on a 587. Teasley, 000 green, 547 on a 546. All right, and after difficulty, Markham does get it fired. Bo Drexler waiting patiently. Is about to get the signal to burn out. Markham still experiencing trouble. The clock is on. Drexler has waited patiently. Burnout's complete. Street ET riders, you'll follow Pro ET. So if you're still in Street ET, let's get it back to lanes for your pairings. Street ET, let's get them back to the lanes for your pairings. Both riders moving in. That is a drag race. Somehow Markham pulls that out. 565 with a 0 on a 565 dial. He was 007, he was dead late. Bo Drexler was 0000. Perfect light, his 530 with a 7. Not enough. John Markham taking a stripe by 9 thou. Markham moving on. Mike Thompson and Mike Hansen, next pair up. Thompson left side, Hansen right side. Thompson pushes the tree, goes red. Hansen advances. Hansen was 005. 548 on a 546. Hansen is loaded. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. next up. In the York, Kentucky Bank lane, coming up from Florida, and Rashad Rowe, Kentucky racer. That Kentucky racer, Rashad Rowe, left side, he's dialed a 503. He's moved his dial down. 570 for Schmidt Jr. These two guys have met multiple times across their time here with Manufacturers Cup motorcycle drag racing. An outstanding drag race. And it is Rowe, 504 on a 503, and he held a couple on the tree. Rashad Rowe advancing. Dwayne Schmidt Jr.'s day is done in MPS Racing Pro ET. Street ET riders are going to be next up. Street ET riders, you are next up. You're on a ladder, so they will be paired. 5-minute courtesy clock is on. 4 remaining riders. I need my 4 riders in.
John Krakalici, we meet again. How are you, buddy?
Very good, sir.
I see you're sporting the Wheeler Racing combo here, and tell me, is Deshaun involved in your program?
No, he's definitely helped me out with things over the years. He's great people. You know, his whole family I've known for as many years as we've all been doing this, so. But,
heck of a guy, and I mean to tell you, this is like the Deshaun Wheeler Nationals this weekend because he has had such an influx, a superb flow of support over at his trailer, and guy is just one of the most popular race bike builders in this organization, and for good reason. He builds great stuff. So, you know, we've talked before, but I'm always interested in what's going on now. Tell me about your 460 program and how you're doing this weekend.
well, we're struggling a little bit. We just completely changed our program. We just went with a max ECU.
I see that. I see the coil sticks.
Yeah, so we've changed everything. This is only like our first time out on it, really.
You got a lot to learn.
So we've got a ton of stuff to learn. We've had some great help. Keith Nichols definitely put in his opinion on things, and told Johnny he was on the right track for the tune-up, and luckily things have been falling into place. So it's been pretty good so far.
Well, it's a big move, but a worthy one. Now,
middle of the season.
Yeah, exactly. And how you doing into points? Are you?
We were up in third, and we skipped Rockingham. We didn't have everything ready, so we missed that. And we're in seventh right now, but we're looking to move up this weekend.
Awesome. Now, are you using the Max ECU for injection or just for other purposes?
The only thing we don't have on it right now, it's set up for injection, but that was the only thing we didn't do. We just ran out of time.
Well, it's probably a good idea to get the rest of it figured out before you bite off everything.
Yeah, that's the tough part.
So you do plan to ultimately go to injection as well?
We've got everything set up. We've already got all the injection and stuff, so yeah.
Awesome. So, and another example of technology taking the fore, of course, this is a series sponsored by Fueltech, but I have mentioned in the past, it's all about competition. Competition improves the breed, and if it wasn't for multiple companies out there, I don't think we'd have the technology and the continued advance forward that we have. Yeah.
Coming at you. Oh, Ryland Rowe with the victory, double breakout, 571 on a 572, and he was second off the line. 564 on the 567, dial in the right lane. He's 3 under, but he was holding nearly 2 on the tree. Good drag race right there. And at this point, we'll be moving into Voodoo Custom Street ET. This is Voodoo Custom Street ET. CJ Mims will be next in the left lane and Eric Yost in the right lane. 950 riders, 950 riders. Let's get them back to lanes. Green light drag race right here. Finish line says Mims, 572 on a 570. Taking the victory. Eric Yost, 569 on a 568. Oh, so you know what that means.
And it all came down to one of the most outrageous final rounds we've had in some time. And at the end of the day, this man right here, Jeremy Teasley, took home all the marbles. And Jeremy, I interviewed you before that lap, and you said, you know, it looks like we're going to go with 395.
And sometimes you get lucky. We caught it and it did it, so.
Well, you did a heck of a job, you and Dalton Perry, all weekend long. And what's in the future? Are you going to ride this bike some more for him? I mean, I know there's been a lot of people on this bike.
Yeah, I rode it the last XTA race, I think it was, and the race before that, and it's never went 401, 402, but we did a couple things to it, and, well, he did, and it worked. So we're going to shoot for it again in XTA next weekend, or 2 weekends from now.
Wow, so going in there with a 395. Now, is that the quickest this bike has gone?
Yeah, as quick as it's been, quick as I've been on it, or actually the quickest I've ever been on a Pro Mod, so.
Well, congratulations again. You really nailed it this weekend. And a well-deserved win from Jeremy Teasley and Dalton Perry.
And it is Markham.
So, you know what that means.
We're here now with Dan, Josie Brooks, mechanic and crewman, and we just saw Dan firing up Josie Brooks' amazing all-motor 460 bike, and as mentioned earlier, very unusual for a non-power adder bike in this class. And Dan, Josie was mentioning to me that this unique experiment isn't necessarily working the way you wanted to this weekend, and can you add a little detail to that?
Well, the track is really, really good. It's very tight, and it's pulling the motor down under the RPM where it needs to run. So we've been struggling trying to get it up there.
Top Gas winners, let's bring them back. Super Comp winners, let's get them back up. Semi-final action in 460 riders, semi-finalists. Let's get that pair up there to figure out who's going to run Terrence Washington. Let's get it done, guys. Come on. Pat Ivy taking the W right there, 628 on a 625. Brandon Dudley, 560 on a 560. Ooh, you know what that means. Ran a pair, second round in
So one of our biggest, most popular classes remains Street ET. And you can see here behind me all these amazing bikes, all these amazing riders. Of course, taking a lead there is John Markham, one of our series stars. He runs in Street ET and multiple other classes. But just take a look at all these absolutely gorgeous machines. This is the class where if you ride a street bike, you can cut heads with the best in the country. Hell, I'll even go as far as to say the best in the world. Manufacturers Cup Street ET awaits you. Come on down and play with the big boys. You're good enough, you're fast enough, and I'm telling you, you come to a Man Cup event, you will be sold. This is where the dreams come true.
All right, Maurice Gibbs will be dialed at 586, and Mike Hansen will be dialed 548. Gibbs will get the head start. Hansen will try to track him down on the ZX-14. Green lights a pair. Finish line says Maurice Gibbs 586 on a 586. Hansen breaking out. Hansen had the reaction time advantage. Looks like he just took too much stripe right there. Gibbs moving on to the next round. All right, we've got a final here in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. This is going to be Spencer Johnson in the left lane and Sonny Bolton. Sonny making some laps. Sonny Bolton, 6 flat, fixed dial, 4/10 Pro Tree. Conditions changing. Racetrack tightening up. A loss of that direct sunlight and heat becomes a tuner's game. Who's got the tune? Again, looking for Tyrone Lemons and Rashad Jones. Let's get that semifinal action going down the racetrack. Green lights a pair. 6 flat the index. Victory for Sonny Bolton. 6:01 on a 6 flat with a reaction time advantage. Sonny Bolton, congratulations on the win. Spencer Johnson, outstanding job on the runner-up. Spencer was 6:03 on that 6 flat number. Outstanding final round. All right, we've got MTC Engineering Super Comp action semifinal. Defending national champion Santi Rodriguez will be in the Larice Insurance lane, and Terry Hoke over here in the Your Kentucky Bank lane. 560 the index here. Looking for a spot in the final. Green lights. Finish line. Give it to Hoke. 564. And he turned the light on. Terry Hoke, margin of victory 0001. His 564 besting the breakout 556 by Santi Rodriguez. So, you know what that means. It's Joey Burgess and Mike Battles. Burgess left, Battles right, and it is Battles 561. Moving on, he will have lane choice over Terry Hoke. What a great drag race, 561.9 to 561.9. And the riders both had 03 on the tree. Outstanding race, Joey Burgess, great job on your semifinal finish. Mike Battle moves into the final and he has lane choice.
John Krakalici, we meet again. How are you, buddy?
Very good, sir.
I see you're sporting the Wheeler Racing combo here, and tell me, is Deshaun involved in your program?
No, he's definitely helped me out with things over the years. He's great people. You know, his whole family I've known for as many years as we've all been doing this, so. But
heck of a guy, and I mean to tell you, this is like the Deshaun Wheeler Nationals this weekend because he has had such an influx, a superb flow of support over at his trailer, and guy is just one of the most popular race bike builders in this organization, and for good reason. He builds great stuff. So, you know, we've talked before, but I'm always interested in what's going on now. Tell me about your 460 program and how you're doing this weekend.
Well, we're struggling a little bit. We just completely changed our program. We just went with a max ECU.
I see that. I see the coil sticks.
Yeah, so we've changed everything. This is only like our first time out on it, really.
You got a lot to learn.
So we've got a ton of stuff to learn. We've had some great help. Keith Nichols definitely put in his opinion on things, and you know, told Johnny he was on the right track for the tune-up, and you know, luckily things have been falling into place, so it's been pretty good so far.
Well, it's a big move, but a worthy one. Now,
middle of the season.
Yeah, exactly. And how you doing in the points? Are you?
We were up in third, and we skipped Rockingham. We didn't have everything ready, so we missed that. And we're in seventh right now, but we're looking to move up this weekend.
Awesome. Now, are you using the Max ECU for injection or just for other purposes?
The only thing we don't have on it right now, it's set up for injection, but that was the only thing we didn't do. We just ran out of time.
Well, you know, it's probably a good idea to get the rest of it figured out before you bite off everything.
Yeah, that's the tough part.
So you do plan to ultimately go to injection as well?
We've got everything set up. We've already got all the injection and stuff, so yeah.
Awesome. So, and another example of technology taking the fore. You know, of course, this is a series sponsored by Fueltech, but I have mentioned in the past, it's all about competition. Competition improves the breed, and if it wasn't for multiple companies out there, I don't think we'd have the technology and the continued advance forward that we have. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I like to see that you're getting on that high-tech bandwagon, and it seems to be the way to go for everybody. The more I learn about it, the more I see it's almost inevitable these days.
Absolutely, it is. And, you know, can't get Dyna no more, you know. The other people that are making boxes, they're pretty much, you know, you've really got to go out of your way to get, like, even a Firestorm now, you know. They've discontinued. There's a few people that are still trying to buy them and make them, but, you know, a couple of people, I should say.
Well, I guess that inevitability word I used is even more so.
Yes, it's coming quicker.
Here it is. So, but it's good to see. You know, I've always been a fan, of course, of the high-tech alternatives. And but it's amazing, you know, when I first brought high-tech stuff to this sport, it was so elementary compared to what we have today.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, man, the tools we have today just goes on. And we're going to take some time at one of these events to really bear down into the capabilities these modern systems offer. So,
everything.
Yeah,
endless.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it'll do anything and everything you can think of and more stuff you would have never thought of.
Absolutely.
So, and thanks to racers like John, we continue to advance, develop, understand, and move the ball forward. So thank you as always.
They're always a pleasure.
Thank you, John, and keep going fast, you know.
trying.
Old guys rule.
Old guys rule.
I can say that because I'm an old guy too.
Not yet.
Green lights a pair. Something's not shifting, and it is. Nags taking a W. Hurley, a little bit off pace, 526. Might have had a shifting problem down track. Nags had the reaction time advantage by a couple hundredths, and Matthew Nags punches his spot into the final round. He's going to face the winner here, Brandon Elliott or Kevin Cooper. Cooper on a street-tired Busa. Brandon Elliott usually competing in the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 category. He's on a top gasser this weekend and hasn't missed a beat. Brandon, not the most talkative guy out there. Cooper, right side. Elliott, left side. Moving them in. Green lights. Again, something not shifting down there, and that was Elliott, who had a reaction time advantage. Kevin Cooper punches his ticket into the final against Matt Nags. Nags will have lane choice. Brandon Elliott was 004 on the tree. Cooper right there with an 015. Street ET and Pro ET, please. Street ET, Pro ET, let's get them back to the lanes, please.
We're here now with Dan, Josie Brooks, mechanic and crewman, and we just saw Dan firing up Josie Brooks' amazing all-motor 460 bike, and as mentioned earlier, very unusual for a non-power adder bike in this class. And Dan, Josie was mentioning to me that this unique experiment isn't necessarily working the way you want it to this weekend, and can you add a little detail to that?
Well, the track is really, really good. It's very tight, and it's pulling the motor down under the RPM where it needs to run. So we've been struggling trying to get it up there, and you know, Mother Nature isn't helping us this weekend either.
Right, right.
So yeah, we either need her to give us a little oxygen, or we need to adjust so we can try and stay in the RPM range. So we did a little bit of clutch work and leaned it out and add some timing, and hopefully we can get it up there and at least get a competitive number out of it. You know, fast we were 6-7 this weekend, then we struggled in the 70s yesterday. So hopefully these little changes we make will get us competitive enough. We got to get somewhere in the 60s or we won't even be able to compete. So.
Right, right. And of course, what Dan's referring to is the fact that this engine, being purely normally aspirated, the combination does not possess the tools that the nitrous oxide bikes have in terms of being able to, you know, really effectively manipulate the power it will make on the hit in the launch. Okay, all we've got here is whatever the engine will do. We can't add or subtract nitrous. We can't play with nitrous ramps. We've got to make a clutch and power combination that will hit properly off the line for it to be able to, you know, pull the motor, and, or I should say, you know, pull the RPM without sagging too much. And they just don't have an unlimited amount of tools in their arsenal to do that. I mean, this is basically a, if I understand this correctly, it's a pro stock motor of like a couple of years vintage ago, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's a 1755.
1755.
It's got more in it. We didn't build it to set the world on fire. but maybe we should have.
Well, you've definitely bitten off a lot with this, because without the tools that the nitrous bikes have, this is the challenge. But if you're anything like me, and I think you are, you like a challenge, and you wouldn't have done it this way if you didn't want a challenge and a way to do it differently. So I'm gunning for you. I'm sure you guys will find it, but just like anything else in drag racing, you got to take hits, you got to compare the data, you got to make changes, take more hits. It doesn't happen overnight, but this was never meant to be an overnight sensation. Let's hope you find the 460s today. I know you're close, and we're all gunning for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
All right, pair of Suzuki's coming to the line. Tyrone Lemons, who took it on the chin first round in Robinson Industries Pro Open. He was a victim of that machine they call Teasley, but he has waded through a few rounds of Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460, and he's up against Rashad Jones. This is for a spot in the final with lane choice against Terrence Washington. Green lights. Give it to Rashad. Double breakout. Rashad Jones, 458 with a 7, taking the win. A bit quicker than that was Tyrone Lemons, 456.3. Lemons had one on the tree. Lemons was there on the tree, but Rashad played the finish line better. Too much stripe for Tyrone. Outstanding performance on that machine, but Rashad Jones will face off with Terrence Washington in the 460 final. And we will need that final as soon as you service that bike, Rashad. All right, Pro ET semifinal action next up.
Now, everybody, I'd like you to meet a very special friend of mine. And, you know, it's a cliche, but it fits. We go way back. This is none other than Tim Haley. And if you're familiar with the motorcycle drag racing world over the last 20, 30 years, you know Tim as one of the guys who has been tirelessly promoting our sport, often to his disadvantage, but always determined and always just wonderfully detailed. Tim, what brought you this weekend to this Man Cup Kings of Grudge event other than wheels and jet engines?
Well, for one thing, it's a lot closer than the NHRA race, my home in Louisville. So I've been happy to come here. I love this track. This track is fantastic.
It really is.
Happy to get back with the Man Cup people who I haven't seen in a long time or in a while. Happy to get back at a Kings of Grudge race, only my second Kings of Grudge race. And
first for me.
Loved it last night. Great scene, great atmosphere. I miss being at like that real Grudge atmosphere that bikes have. Love the atmosphere. Love the people.
Speak to John Markham, and I'm going to ask my cameraman to come over here and take a quick shot of this headlight. And this kind of tells a story, an absolute group of different codes here regarding all the different classes you're in this weekend. John, how are you doing, and where are you going? Where's it all headed?
Well, tonight we're down to 6 here. We're pulling out right now in Pro ET, down to I think 7 or 8 in Street ET, still in that one. Just lost a real close one to Sandy Rodriguez in Super Comp, he's always a tough guy, you know, but close racing. It's been some unreal racing this weekend at US 60, man. It's we've really enjoyed ourselves with Man Cup coming together with Kings of Grudge.
Yeah, it's been something, hasn't it?
Oh, man, this has been epic, man. I've
Crazy
really
good.
enjoyed myself. You know, it's been awesome.
Thanks for spending a minute with us. Go out there and get them.
All right, we'll try.
Both riders moving them in. Green and green. Finish line says 6:34 on a 6:33. Zach Clark moves on. He was 0:39 on the tree. Hansen had him by 200ths, but Hansen could not match the dial-in. Zach Clark moving on to the round of 3. Jeremy Teasley next. Down 5:46 here in the York, Kentucky Bank Lane. And Rylan Rowe down 5:70. He's over in the Larice Insurance lane. Teasley, 5:56 on a 5:46. Rylan was 007 on the tree, but something happened at the hit. He was off his dial-in by a bunch, very uncharacteristic. It is Teasley moving on to the semifinals. Rashad Rowe just saw his brother not advance. Rashad has moved the dial down to 5:01. That is one stout machine there in the right lane. John Markham now to 5:64. All remaining riders in all categories, please bring them back to the lanes. And as soon as we have those riders in any category, we will run you. Let's go ahead and get it wrapped up, hand out the hardware, the money, and the heartache. Get you guys and gals on the road, headed home, win or lose. For a spot in the semifinals, Markham left lane, Rowe right lane. This one probably with heavy points implications as well. Rowe, 5:01 dial-in, showing you just how fast this US 60 Dragway is. Green lights a pair. Markham 5:65 on a 5:64. He was 009 on the tree. Markham moving on, 1 over. Rashad Rowe 3 over, but he was 3 behind on the tree. Markham moving on, 3 left in MPS Racing Pro ET action.
Had a great time last night.
Wow, me too. And like I was saying, this is my first ever Kings of Grudge event as well. And the combination, the dynamic, the chemistry of the two organizations together, I really loved, because they each have their positives. They each have unique aspects. Blending them together, fortunately, it's a case where the total bike count was not off the chain as a result of blending them together. So the real synergy of the event was perfect. So Tim, let's tell the folks at home a little bit about where you've been and what you've done in your years of covering motorcycle drag racing. And when I say this guy is a legendary journo and scribe for the sport, I am not exaggerating. Where did it all start with you in motorcycle drag racing?
Oh, wow. Well, my first race I went to as a fan was Ohio Valley Raceway in like 80, 81.
So that'd probably be IDBA?
That was IDBA. And I was very hungover, and I went with some friends and had a great time. And then I went off to do my art thing, which some people are familiar with, and through the craziest story possible, was offered steady, low-paying freelance work writing about motorcycle drag racing for Motorcycle Performance magazine, which we all remember. Those
I do, yeah.
long enough.
And wasn't that initiated by IDBA, the magazine itself?
I think so. By the time I started there, they were covering IDBA, they were covering ProStar. Then they started covering Wera races, Harley races.
So they diversified a little
Absolutely,
bit.
absolutely. And
it was a great time when print was still valid, right? You know, print
yeah,
was still
Well,
something.
it was all we had.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I mean, the
and
internet
we're talking
was
pre-internet days for sure.
Well, the internet was just starting to take
Yeah.
off, and in fact, I was very impressed with how fully ingrained with the internet the motorcycle drag racing community was, because it still was in its infancy.
Yeah,
but,
we were
but-
early adopters, weren't we?
Yeah. But no, it was dragbike.com was the thing back then, and yeah.
Yeah, so
Marty Kane.
Marty Kane, the late great Marty Kane, man.
Yeah, he made it all happen.
And it was funny. Marty Kane, he called me up when he was just getting dragbike.com off the ground, and of course, he offered me some early advertising opportunities, to which I was, I was reticent. I wasn't quite ready yet, And he told me, he goes, Bill, I'm surprised.
90% of the people who should be
Right.
advertising.
And he said, Bill, in your case, I'm particularly surprised because, you do this high-tech thing.
Yeah.
You're into promoting new technologies.
Yeah.
And he said, I thought if anybody would jump on this bandwagon right away, it was you. In the area of steadily increasing young racers, this man here has been making quite a few waves here lately. This is CJ Mims, and CJ, been loving watching you, making your way up through the rounds. Tell me what's going on right now with you. Obviously, you're still here in the staging lanes. It's late, it's dark. That means we're getting down to it. Which class are you in right now?
We are in Street ET, and we are down to 4 bikes.
So you're in the semis already. Are you in any other classes this weekend?
I was in 560 and 60. First round of 60, I kicked it 006 red. And then 560, I got down to 7 bikes and then just didn't have enough for them.
Well, there you go. So this is your last hope, huh?
Oh, yeah, I got John Markham coming up.
Oh, man, the ever-potent John Markham. We just talked to him a couple minutes ago, and I think he was making one of his laps in Pro ET. He entered no less than 4 classes this weekend, and you entered 3?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right, so now we're down to 4 bikes, and then we'll be down to 2. So you feeling confident about making the finals?
We always, when we race, we're always a great race. I'm first in points, and he's right behind me in second. So he told me he wanted me. He's wanting to knock off my head. So we'll just see how it goes.
Oh, man, so this one's tough. Number 1 and number 2.
It's always a good race between me and him. We're nitty-gritty right there.
So keep an eye on this one on the feed, folks, because one of these guys is going to come away from here from the points leads, and it could very well be this man right here. If I was to bet, I'm not a betting man, but I'm going to bet on CJ. He's been doing a great job so far this year and last year and probably next year, too.
Yes, sir. I hope so. Lord willing.
All right, CJ Mims, one of our rising stars here in Man Cup. And we're still here at the Midwest MegaFest. So much racing this weekend, but we're starting to wrap it all up. Stay tuned.
Comp. All right, this is a final in MTC Engineering Super Comp, and it is Mike Battles. He has battled all day long. He's under the supervision of Jerome Gordon and Chris Reagan, calling the shots on this machine. Big Jerome in the house this weekend. Terry Hoke, right side. Green and green. It's a race, and it is Hoke. Battles breaking out 5:58. He was 03 on the tree, 5:58, breaking out. Terry Hoke, one better on the tree at 02, and he goes 5:61. Terry Hoke, your winner in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Jerome Gordon Toon, Mike Battles, runner-up. Congratulations, both riders. All right, the missing Street ET rider who was just up there and left. We do need you to return to your bike. We're going to run you. Okay. Top Gas is at a final. 460's at a final. And once again, all remaining riders, all categories, let's just get them up to the lanes and finish it off. We have, I need a Pro ET semifinal up to the lanes, Pro ET semifinal, so we can determine who's going to be in that final round. CJ Mims 569 dial, John Markham 611. Mims goes red, Markham advances. Markham 611 on a 611. Not much left on that bone. CJ Mims was only 5 thou red. He went 005 on the red side, but red is red, and his day ended right there. Maurice Gibbs and Pat Ivy for a spot in the final to face Markham. Pat Ivy, right side. Maurice Gibbs. Is he going to stay alive or not? And it's a not. He goes 024 red. Pat Ivy punches his ticket. Pat Ivy, a man of destiny today in Street ET. Markham, his 611. Should carry lane choice on 611 dial-in. Ivy was 627 on a 624. So there's a final round for you right there. And it looks like we got a Top Gas final coming your way. Misters Cooper and Nags will battle it out for the title here at the KOG Manufacturers Cup Midwest MegaFest. Our first visit to the US 60 Dragway, and it has not disappointed. Record numbers being produced on the racetrack. 395 from a nitrous bike. Sub 1 second, 60 foot times. All that after having to completely redo the racing surface thanks to Mother Nature. Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas final right here. Kevin Cooper. Hayabusa Power Plant, Street Tire. Matt Nags, the older school. GS Air Cooled, Drag Bike, Car Tire. .460, where's that final? Let's get it moving. 460 riders, let's get it up here. This is for all the marbles in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. And we got a red light start in the left lane. Kevin Cooper, congratulations, your Top Gas champion. The crew goes wild. Cooper did his job. He was 0-1-1 on the tree with a 511. He was locked and loaded. Matt Nags pushed the tree, goes 0-1-2 red, and he went 507. He too had the number pegged. But congratulations, Kevin Cooper on the win, Matt Nags on the runner-up there in Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. All right. Call out for bike 213, Johnny Markham. Need you back to lanes. Teasley is waiting on you. And my 460 final, I have no idea why it's taken you guys so long to get up here. Washington has not run for a week. Misters Rashad Jones and Terrence Washington, grace us with your presence and let's get this final getting it on. John Markham carrying the bye run into the final. He had the best winning reaction time of the last round. Pro ET's been a racked and stacked battle. So Markham has the bye into the final. See who he's going to be faced up against. One of these two remaining competitors will face off. And John Markham not carrying the bye run. Jeremy Teasley. Having the bye. Teasley with the bye into the final. Markham has been plowing through these fields one class at a time. And getting down there. All right, I got Mr. Washington in the lanes. I need Rashad Jones. Let's make that a pair and get it on. Bang a gong. Johnny Markham dialed 564. Zach Clark dialed 633. For a spot in the MPS Racing Pro ET Final. Markham is in, Clark is in. Green and green. Markham getting it done. Oh, off pace. Markham 586 taking the W. Zach had one on the tree on him but could not run the dial in. Zach Clark, semifinals. John Markham, a spot in the final. And Jeremy Teasley is going to take his legal bye run. It'll be Teasley versus Markham in the final of Street ET. Teasley is in. 546 dial in. He goes a 545. And Rashad Jones is going to be next up in the left-hand lane for the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 final. He's going to be taking on your #1 qualifier, Terrence Washington. Washington put it on the pole, and he has waded through this field. Can he put a period on a perfect weekend? #1 qualifier with the W. He's in the final. Let us see who's going to take home the money and the hardware as the overall victor in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 here at the KOG Manufacturers Cup Midwest MegaFest. Here it is, all the marbles on the line. Rashad Jones, the young gun, in the Larice Insurance Lane. Next up, Terrence Washington, the old guard from St. Louis. Green and green. Breakout. Rashad Jones breaking out. Congratulations, Terrence Washington. Took it from the pole. Washington wins it all. Terrence Washington dedicating this win to Doug Frierson, who tunes the bike but couldn't be here this weekend. Daddy Doug having a big birthday weekend. Terrence Washington was second off the line by nearly 4. Rashad Jones was shot out of a cannon, but too much of a cannon. Breaking out, took way too much stripe. He's going to be kicking himself. Congratulations, Terrence Washington, winning it from the pole. Rashad Jones for your runner-up effort there in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. If you're in that Street ET final, you need to be in the lanes right now. Street ET finals. I got one of them, I need the other.
Jeremy Teasley to the lanes, please. Jeremy Teasley to the lanes.
This is the final of this KOG Manufacturers Cup Midwest MegaFest. All right. Jeremy Teasley, 544 dial. John Markham gets the go first with a 564. Markham's in. Markham turns it red by 6 thou. Teasley, your winner. John Markham goes 6 thou to the red, and he was dialed 562 on a 564. Jeremy Teasley was on the tree himself. He went 029, and he went 543 on his dialing. Congratulations, Jeremy Teasley on the win. John Markham on the runner-up. John Markham cleaning house this weekend at the Midwest MegaFest.